Good morning. It's Monday morning. Hope you guys had a decent weekend, regardless of all the things that happened. Good morning, Grave. Good morning, LB Donna. Good morning, DeBose. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Mary. Good morning, Poison. Good morning. What is up, everybody? What's up, Danny Cooper? Good morning. Good morning, Eric. Good to see you. Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Allie and Carol and Candy and Win Dixie and Lisa and Sandy and Boof and Chef Ryan and Dad Jokes. And that went really fast. I was trying to keep up. What's up, Max? Hey, Linda. Good morning. Good morning, Contita. Good morning, Lenny. Good morning, Brandy. Good morning. Listen, if you're joining me on Facebook or YouTube, make sure that you chat and say good morning. No, Uka, I'm on YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. And that way I can see you and greet you as well. What's up, Sage, Blue Nevada, Cats Mandu? Good morning, Andrea. Good to see you as well. Hey, Marsha. Hello, everyone. How are you? I took yesterday off. And I was also traveling. So, yeah, I'm ready for the day. What's up, DJ? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So, I want to just give it a second for folks to get in here and let's have a chat. Good morning, T. Good morning, Zoe. What's up, Jay Nice? Good to see you. Tina Noel as well. How is everyone? You guys made it through the weekend. What's up, Viper Vet? Good to see you as well. um, it's definitely been a weekend, has it not? What's up, Kim G? Uka, good to see you over here on this side of the world. Hey, Doom Sprinkles. Good morning, Nance. Good to see you. Yeah. Hey, Witch. Good to see you. What's up, Cam? All right. So you disagree with the whining coming from Democrats. Well, we can talk about that, Devin, if you want to click the request button, right? Or the little pink and blue people at the bottom and come up and talk about it. We can do that. I'm going to take just a second before we get into the other two topics that are here. The very first thing that I want to do this morning, because we have had a very intense weekend, is I want to do a bit of a mental health check-in, a Monday mental health check-in. Um, Let me talk to Devin real quick before we do that. Well, let's just go ahead and do Devin and we'll get that out of the way. Good morning, Tara Love. Good to see you over there. So, hey, Devin, give me just a second. So let me just say, I'm just tired, Uka. That's all. I'm just tired. So listen, I want to remind everybody that if you're new to this space, I only ask for four things. Good morning, Ella Robinson. The four things are to be respectful, don't use slurs, don't spam the comments, right? And don't type in all caps because it's reserved for moderators and it's reserved for the folks that I have that are vision impaired. Okay. So that's about it. Good morning, Devin. How are you?
Okay, it's not Devin. It's Troy.
Oh, okay. I was just going by your name. Good morning, Troy.
Yeah, someone hacked my account.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Good morning, Chris. How are you? So talk to me, Troy. What's the issue?
Okay, when have we ever benefited off of any politician that's been in office?
I mean, there's been a number of times throughout history that we've benefited. I guess what I would need you to
Okay,
do
we
is kind of
benefited
be.
from the lies that come from the media.
Say that again.
Only thing we benefit from are the lies that come from the media.
Well, I don't think that the lies that come from the media are beneficial. I think they're kind of destructive, actually. So I don't think that we benefit from those things at all. But
That's
I
all
do
they.
think that throughout the history of the country, we have absolutely had policy and provisions that have been implemented in Congress that were good for people, right? So there's a ton of those things that have happened throughout history. I guess I would say, what is the what's what you I would ask kind of, what's the point that you're trying to make?
People watch the news,
Hmm.
and that's how I find out what the new Democratic propaganda is for the next day.
Okay, and what news are you watching where you're getting that information?
I watch CNN. Pay attention to MSNBC. I'll pay attention to NBC, ABC,
Hmm.
Fox News.
Okay, so you're watching a bunch of different ones. So, what are the things that you have heard that you think are Democratic propaganda?
Phew. Well, one is, and this is way back in 2015, about Trump being racist.
Okay, so let me ask you this. I'm sorry, what, baby? We gotta wait until I'm done, and then we can. Okay, and then we're gonna go to the pool today. So let me ask you a question. So, Troy, are you a black or brown person?
No, I'm a white key person.
Okay, so can you ask me what have you done to be able to determine what is or isn't racist?
What have I done?
Yeah, so like what do you think is racism? Do you think that racism exists or no?
Yeah, it definitely exists. It exists in all races. Uh,
Well, let me ask you this. What do you believe? Hey, good morning, Tootie. Let me ask you this. What do you believe is racism? Like, what's the definition of racism? And how does racism differ for, let's say, like being prejudiced against somebody or being bigoted? What's the difference between being prejudiced and bigoted and being racist? What's the difference between those things?
well, really, there is no difference between bigoted, uh, what's that other word?
Prejudice?
Prejudice or racism. They all run in the category of racism.
So they actually don't, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to ask you, kind of what you thought they were, because they do differ, right? And so I'll give you an example. If you just take the words like prejudice, right? Prejudice, if you separate that, is pre, and then Judas is judgment. So prejudgment. And so when you have prejudice, which all of us have prejudice. So for example, so prejudice means that you are prejudging someone before you know that person, before you know anything about them, before you get to know them. You know what I mean? So that's prejudgment. That's the difference with prejudice. But the thing about prejudice is once you get to know somebody, that might change your opinion, right? And you might go, oh, well, I prejudged this and it's something different. And that's not just about people. We can prejudge countries, we can prejudge religions, we can prejudge all kinds of things, right? But the cool thing about prejudice is it can be changed once you get information, okay? And nobody really means to harm anybody with prejudgment. It's just how we're all built. But now the second part is bigotry. Bigotry is different. So when someone is bigoted against somebody, that bigotry means you actually have a negative intent towards that person. So when you are bigoted towards someone's, it's a little bit more hateful, right? It's where you don't like that person, you don't like that group of people, you don't like that particular demographic, but it's more mean spirited, if that makes sense. Prejudgment is oftentimes a little bit more innocent. Bigoted is like, I really don't like you guys. But the difference between those things and racism, right? What's really interesting is when you break down words, they often mean different things. So like we know if something comes at the front of the word, it means something, and if it comes at the end of the word, it means something else, right? So prejudge or judgment, like the things that come when we separate our words, they mean things. So whenever you put an ism at the end of the word, it indicates a system or a structure of some kind, right? And this is the thing that makes a big difference. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to set it right here off to the side. And we're not going to talk about racism for just a second. We're going to talk about let's do
Hold on. Let me pick, bring up a spot.
well, hold on, because this is if you'll give me just one more minute, this is the part that's really important. Okay, 1 second. So let's talk about ableism. So ableism is when you have a system that discriminates against people that aren't able-bodied, and we see this all the time, right? So I see it when I go into into stores or apartments, and the aisles are really, really close together. So people that are in wheelchairs, people that are on walkers, people that aren't able-bodied, they have a difficult time navigating those spaces. And it's because the people that are designing these things are people that are able-bodied, right? But if you have someone that is disabled, that is part of the designing team, they're going to remember, hey, we're going to need space for this kind of person. We're going to need space for this kind of person. And so whenever you have an ism, it indicates being able to impact an entire structure, right, that disenfranchises or discriminates against a different group of people. So for ableism, it's when you have a bunch of able-bodied people that are determining the structure that impacts disabled people, right? When you talk about sexism, it's when you have a lot of people like males. We know that most of our structures in the world were designed by men, right? And so that means they're not looking at it from a woman's perspective. And so it's going to kind of discriminate and leave women out. So it's the same thing with racism. So in the United States of America, Troy, let me ask you this question. In the United States of America, if we look at racial groups, can you tell me which racial group in America has always had the power to design a structure?
Our political group.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Our political group.
No, well, no, but who makes up those political groups? What are the majority? So if we were to talk about Congress, if we were to...
So because our political group that's never worked a day in their lives are a bunch of racist pigs, that makes all white people racist.
No. So let me kind of walk you through this. What it means is that the majority of people that have been in charge of Congress or in charge of like we know that 93% of all prosecutors in the country are white. And what that means is they are going to be looking at information, looking at cases, looking at experiences through their own experience, their own perspective, because they've never lived as a brown person or a black person. They've only lived as a white person. And so here's the thing, the more diverse your group of people are, the better your policies are going to be, because you have different people that are weighing in. So if I have one group of people that are designing the laws, and that whole group of people are all white men, they're going to design those laws based on their experience as white men. But if I have another group of people, and there are white men, white women, black women, Asian men, Asian women, Hispanic men, Hispanic women, disabled, abled, you get it, right? If I have that, those laws are going to be made from the experiences of multiple groups of people. So by default, those laws are going to be more even and more equitable for everyone versus when you create them based on one group, right? And so what we know is that the history of this country, right, historically speaking, we know that the United States of America has discriminated against Black and brown people, right? We know that to be a fact. There's no denying that, right?
Okay, I have a disability.
Yes. Okay.
And due to the fact I had a piece of shit father.
Okay.
And that disability, I've been discriminated against.
Yeah, I get 100%. And so that's the difference. So remember when I was just talking about ableism versus disabled, and that's what happens, right? People who are disabled, right, in whatever way, they are oftentimes discriminated against because of people that are able, right? That happens. It absolutely does, right? The difference is, but here's the difference. Nobody is criminalizing being disabled. But in this country, we criminalized being Black and brown, right? We literally targeted communities that were made up of Black and brown people in order to put them into prisons, right? In order to finance our economic system. But we didn't do that with disabled people, right? We didn't criminalize being disabled in order to imprison you and get free labor. So you can be discriminated against because you are disabled, right? But it's not the same thing as racism. And that's the difference between the things,
Okay.
right?
Okay. Now this happened at FedEx.
Okay.
I worked for FedEx for 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I try to get along with everybody. I don't give until they prove me that they're fake.
Okay.
But one day I walked. Well, first time was I was making my wife crack jokes. I'm a comedian.
Okay.
And I had a gentleman come into my truck, and he asked me, "Corey, you're a confusing person. Are you racist or not?"
Mm-hmm.
I was like, damn right, I'm racist. I can't stand white people. Well, I'm white. But another joke. Then, about 7-8 years after I was there, I walked up to a group of black individuals, and they were all sitting there talking. I was like, okay, what's all the funny shit? Because me, like I said, comedian, and they looked at me, told me that I'm on the wrong side of the building. I need to get back over there with my people.
Mm-hmm.
Now, would you consider that racism?
No, I would consider that bigotry. So here's what racism would be in that situation is if the black people owned the company and they created policy where white people could only be in one part of the building, that would be racist because they would have the power to make white people stay in one side of the building and one side of the building only. The same way that white people had the power to make black people sit in the back of the bus, or black people enter through the back of the building or the back of the restaurant, black people not be able to sit at the counter to eat. So that's the difference, Troy. That's the difference. So they were being bigoted towards you and telling you, take your tail to the other side and be with your people, right? But that's not the same thing as racism because they don't have the power to make you be there. They didn't make policies or laws to make you be there, right? So that's the difference between bigotry and racism.
Oh, so you got to make a law to be racist?
No, you have to have a position of power where you can create laws or policies or issues. So, for example, the predominant people that run our banking systems and our banks are run by majority white people, right? And so that's why even when veterans, including my father, came home from Vietnam, right? White veterans could use their GI Bill. They could use their veteran status and their housing benefits to get VA home loans. But black veterans could not, right? So that's what I mean. You have to have the power to control a system that benefits your group of people while disenfranchising or discriminating against another group of people. So
Well,
that's what makes it different.
I've never been benefited, so.
But now here's the thing. So here's what you're going to say. So I'm from Northeast Tennessee, right? Where I'm from, it is small town USA. Parts of the places are very rural. And so a lot of times poor white people will say, I've never benefited because I've been poor. And I'm going to share with you the difference. You're at an intersection, okay? So we're all connected in lots of different ways. We're not just all like white and rich. We're not all just black and poor. There's intersectionality, right? And so what you're talking about is where you're a white guy and you have white privilege, but you're also poor, right? So that's the intersection of classism, which is about your finances, and race. And so that's the deal. So like if we were to design like a power structure, you would look at rich white people, and specifically rich white men would be at the top, because men have always had the power to design our laws and our policies and our systems. Most CEOs are men, most judges are men, most chefs are men, most Congress people are men. We still have never had a woman president, even though there's been 27 women in presidential positions around the world, right? So that means men are here. The majority of our presidents, except for one, have been what? White. The majority of them have also been rich, right? So you would say rich white men are here. Next would be middle income white men, right? Next would be poor white men. Before you ever get to that, right? And so that's the difference. No, David Allen, what I said, let me just correct you. What I said is when soldiers came home from the Vietnam War, and you can look this up, is white veterans got to come home and use their VA home loans and get homes. What happened is black soldiers were denied the use of that same VA home loan program. That's a fact. My father served 2 tours in Vietnam. So that's what I said. I didn't say they didn't get to use all of their benefits. I specifically talked about because they were black. I just told you why. Yeah. So Troy, is what I'm saying making sense, that there's a difference between discriminating against you because you are poor or disabled versus your race, and all of them are wrong. All of them involve having a power structure.
Now, let's get off subject a little bit here.
Well, hold on, because the thing that you said at the very beginning of our conversation, because I just want to make sure that we wrap it up and we don't leave anything like hanging out there. The very first thing that you said was you thought it was Democratic propaganda in 2015 when people said that Donald Trump was racist. Let me ask you this. What makes you think that Donald Trump isn't racist? What makes you believe that he isn't?
Well, you got to look at the times that that this country was living in at the time.
Of what? At the time of what?
When those gentlemen went in to get a room at one of Trump's motels. You gotta look at the fact. No. By the way, those people that were going in there, I looked it up. They was Section 8 recipients. 2 was Trump at that motel at the time that these people were denied a room or a apartment in one of his buildings. Yeah, Trump was held accountable because they are his buildings. Three, I know his parents were pieces of crap. Trump Sr. was pieces of crap. But Trump happened to bring if you read the autobiography of Trump, Trump actually brought home a black kid from school. Trump's dad flipped out. Mom and dad flipped out. Now, Trump's family came from lots of money, yes. But his grandparents told him that he could walk away from all that, gave him a couple $1 million to walk away from his parents and everything. Yes, Trump got more money when his dad passed away in prison because Trump was the sole heir of the Trump Foundation. But Trump literally walked away from his parents back in the day and took that money and invested it wisely into different things.
Okay, so let's back up for just a second. Okay, so when you talk about looking at the times, so I have said this repeatedly. that I am never surprised when I discover or I hear that a 70 something, 80 something year old man said racist things back in the 50s or 60s, right? I'm never surprised about that because, there was an intense civil rights movement and we have been a racist country our entire existence, right? I'm never surprised. But here's the thing that matters is what happens over time with that person. So this is the thing that really matters. I'm going to give you an example. One moment. Yes, baby. Okay. Give me the bag from over there on the counter. Okay, so this is the thing that I'm going to say is what matters is what do people choose to become? So I'm not even going to talk about where he got money from and where he didn't get money from because he actually stole money from his siblings, but I don't want to go into the history of Trump because this is not about all of those things. It's not even about his family. It's literally about him as a person. And thank you. Here, open this up.
Okay.
There's eggs and bacon in there. But hold on, let me finish. One second. So when the Central Park Five were being prosecuted, he actually took out a full page ad calling for them to be unalived. And I've never known Donald Trump to take out a full page ad asking for any white person to be unalived. But in addition to that, what he said in 2019, after they had been completely exonerated by DNA, when he was asked, would he change? Was he sorry for what he did? His answer was still no, he was not. And that he wasn't apologizing to those 5 teenage boys, those 5 teenage black and brown boys who spent years and years in prison when they shouldn't have. What? Yeah, it's just eggs and cheese. Eat it. Hold on, let me take her. Let me do this. Hold on one second. Let me help her. Here. See? There's your eggs. That's how I cook them. That's how Tutu cooks them for you. But there. All right. And so the difference is, what is he doing and saying today? So let me give you an example. When Donald Trump is at a rally, have you ever heard him say, look at my white voter right there. Look at my black. Look at the black. Look at the white voter. Look at my white supporter. You've never heard him say that, right? But he'll say, look at my black supporter. Look at my black supporter. You also hear him say, the blacks. There are words that racist people say that is always what they've done, right? And so there are things that, as a white man, you might not hear as racist, but black people know that they're racist because we've heard them all our lives. It is the same way as.
Did you vote for Biden?
Why?
Okay, back in 1977.
I know exactly what Joe Biden did. And do you know the difference?
And you know his kids still go to school.
Do you know the difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump? Is Joe Biden acknowledged what he said in the 70s. He apologized for what he said in the 70s. He admitted that what he said was wrong. And now that he knows better as a white man, he is doing better.
Okay, what did he say during this last election?
Oh, he told the truth.
He said, if you are black and still having trouble figuring out who to vote for, you're not really black.
Yeah. And listen, the only problem with that statement was he was a white dude that said it. But because I'm going to tell you right now, that's exactly right. Black people had no business voting for Donald Trump. None whatsoever. Black and brown people should have never voted for him, ever. If Joe Biden had been a black man saying that, nobody would have said shit because it's accurate. It's accurate. This administration is specifically targeting black and brown people. It was the right message. It was just the wrong messenger. Exactly, Chef Ryan, right? And so here's the thing, David. Let me just say, Troy, um, let me say this. You said that it was Democratic propaganda that Donald Trump was racist. And what I'm going to share with you is this. Number one, we've covered what racism is and what it isn't. We've been able to determine the difference between prejudice, bigotry, and racism because they are not the same thing. And in addition to that, the reality is that listen, I can't tell you. So can somebody who is not disabled tell you, Troy, what is or isn't discriminating against? So if you were discriminated against because of your disability, could somebody that doesn't have your disability say to you, "Oh, that's not discrimination. That's not nobody's picking on you because you're disabled"? Or do you know when somebody picks on you because you're disabled?
Well, it's really the way I speak because of the fact. I'll let you know what happened. Me and my sister came home from school. I was about 10, and my so-called father was on the couch with my oldest brother's girlfriend. That they were going at it. He told us to get to our rooms and keep our mouth shut. I looked at him. I told him I'm telling Mom. He picked up a rubber mallet and bashed half my skull in, where my eye was laying outside my socket.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, Charlotte was able to fix that part.
Okay.
To match the rest of my skull.
Mm-hmm.
But I spent almost 6 to 8 months in a coma. Well, the Shiner Foundation was working on my skull. And I have a speech impediment.
Yeah.
That's why I use a lot of comedy.
I got that. I get that. I can see how that would work. So a couple of things, right? What your dad did is not acceptable and it's not okay. It's not acceptable and it's not okay. Not in any circumstances, not in any way, right? I get that. The other thing that I will say is I can understand how you would develop comedy. It's the same way. I don't know if you've ever known anybody who's like really overweight. A lot of times those people will make fun of their own weight so other people don't make fun of their own weight. You know what I mean?
Well,
Hey,
I
Lauren.
don't like talking about weight. I mean, I'm a skinny person.
Yeah.
But my wife, she was overweight.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, God rest her soul, she passed away last month on the 18th.
Oh, wow. So sorry for your loss.
I don't understand why God keeps putting me through this shit and not just taking me.
So, I want to say this, right? So first, I don't think that it's a case of God putting you through something. It's not that, right? God comes from a place of love, 100%, right? And I always think about it like this. If I'm still here, it's because I have important work to do. It's because I have a purpose. I have a path. And on my journey to that purpose and path, there's going to be really great things that happen and then there's going to be some really shitty things that happen sometimes, right? But all of that is part of what creates me and makes me me. And so I get choices. I get choices whether to become resentful and bitter about those bad things or whether I can figure out how to pull something beneficial out of that experience, something good that will come out of it that will help change who I am, that will make me kind of go on further with my purpose, right? I know it sounds like you got a call real quick. Good morning, Thomas. Good morning, Tootie. Good morning, Veronica. I didn't get a chance so before I didn't get to kind of go in the direction that I was going to take the live in the beginning because Troy requested up. So listen, all I was saying, Troy, is this. You know when somebody is making fun of you or being mean to you because of your disability, right?
Well, me, I could care less.
Right, but you know when it's happening, right?
Yeah.
And so when it's happening, no one can tell you that it's not happening, right? Oh, well, as soon as I'm done. And so that's the thing that I'm saying is the same way that you know when people are discriminating against you because you're disabled, no matter what anybody else says. Black people know when somebody is using racist language, no matter if anybody else hears it or not. We know. So I would never try to tell you, oh, nobody's being mean to you because of your disability. I would never say that to you because you know what it sounds like when people are discriminating against you. And so what's really important is that white people don't tell black and brown people when somebody is or isn't being racist because you don't have the experience to know that. Right? You don't have the experience to know what racism feels like when it's happening.
Well, I just call them all idiots.
Yeah, but that's not that's but they're not.
I don't care which side it's coming from. If they want to be fake.
But that's where we're missing the opportunity. That's where we're missing the opportunity, Troy, because listen, when you just say to somebody you're an idiot, then their defenses go up, your defenses are already up, and now there's no room for understanding, right?
I usually stay away from them.
Right, but follow me again. This is the thing. You can absolutely say, listen, so I recognize that you're discriminating against me because of my disability. And if that's the person who you are, that's fine. I'm glad to know it now. But I just wanted you to know that I see your behavior as what it is, and this is who you are to me.
Well, me, I never explain anything to anybody. I just pretty much walk away.
But imagine if we started this conversation and I never explained anything to you. 1 second. Yes. Okay, go ahead. You know where it is. So, but it's not about explaining yourself to people. Don't think of it that way. You are taking advantage of a moment to create understanding. So, Troy, let me tell you, when you and I end this conversation, you might not agree with everything that I've said, and I might not agree with everything that you've said. But when we leave this conversation, you will have a better understanding of me. You will have a better understanding of what racism is in terms of it requires power to make laws and policy. It requires power versus prejudice, right? And so, because you now walk away with that understanding, you now are going to be able to see things a little bit differently than you did when we started this conversation. And that's a win, right? That's a win for everybody. I don't have to change your mind, but if I can create some understanding and if I can get to understand you better, then we're moving in the right direction. Would you agree with that?
Well, pretty much I just stay away from fake people because there's a lot of them out there.
Yeah, but I don't think that people mean to be fake. When I see fake people, Troy,
I am happy with me, myself, and I.
Yeah.
If they don't like me,
you should be. But follow me, Troy. Those people, they're not trying to be fake. So listen to what all of us do. All of us do this. All right. So because people picked on you and because people made fun of you and because people discriminated against you, you developed a way of showing up in the world. And the way that you developed was to not be around certain people, to call them idiots, whether it's to their face or in your heads. Like that's the way that you developed. You said, you know what, in order for me to live and survive in this life, I just have to remember that those people are idiots and I just need to keep to myself because when I keep to myself, I'm safe and nobody's picking on me, right? And so that's the way that's what you developed in order to survive, right? But other people, but follow me, other people, the way that they become in order to survive their environments, sometimes those people develop to become bullies. They become they think the only way for them to be safe is to attack other people. So here's the thing, if we all keep away from each other, then we miss an opportunity for all of us to heal and grow. Like that's what we're missing,
Well,
right?
see, me a long time ago, I put up a wall,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean, people call me a bully or whatever,
Yeah.
but I'm always ready to step out the parking lot.
Well, stepping outside in the parking lot doesn't fix anything. Deb Richardson, if you said that I was mean to you the other day, it is most likely because you didn't do the things that I asked you to do. This is a very welcoming space. Things that I don't. Sorry, Tori. What were you saying?
I that phone call that came through.
Yeah.
My wife's death certificate just came in.
Okay.
So I gotta go pick those up.
You go ahead and do that. You're welcome to come back anytime and we'll chat some more, okay?
All right, thanks.
All right, you're welcome. Have a good day. So Deb Richardson, let me just say this to you. You said like I did to you the other day. Here's what I'm going to tell you. If I was rude to you, it is because you either came in here saying spiteful, hateful things about a particular group of people, or it's because you were saying things in the comments. And when I invited you to come up to the panel, like I did Troy, you didn't come up to the panel to actually have a conversation with me. You just stayed in the comments and kept talking shit. And so probably at that point in time, I was rude to you because by that time you'd earned it. So if you say something like Troy did, and I say, hey, let's talk about it. Come on up here and let's talk about it. And Troy did. He came right up here and we had a respectful conversation, right? You didn't. If you want to stay in the comments and continue to either say things that are misinformation, say things that are disrespectful, say things that are whatever, then yeah, I'm going to meet you where you are. 100%. I'm going to give you an opportunity to engage in a respectful conversation and stop spouting stuff that isn't accurate. And if you don't take that, do not be surprised when I give you whatever it is that you have asked for. Okay? I'm going to give you what you need. And it couldn't have been too mean because your ass is here again. Just saying. It couldn't have been that mean because here you are in my comments one more time. Shoo-wee. Okay. So if you are new to my live, please do me a favor and put a 1 in the comments. If you are new to the space, Candy Kiss, shut up. You are not. If you're new, welcome, Hoots. Hoots, welcome, Dog Mom. Welcome, Alex, you ain't either. Q Unknown. Welcome to the new folks. Glad to see you all here. I'm going to give you just an overview really quickly before we dig all the way into this thing. So one of the things that I ask for 4 things in this space, and they're right here at the top. I ask for people to be respectful. I ask for people to not use slurs of any kind. If you use a slur in this space, you will be muted or booted from this live because I don't tolerate it. And I don't care what side it's coming from. Number 2, do not spam my comments. If you come in here and you want to say, I love Trump, that's fine. But just don't say that shit 6 or 7 times. Same thing if you come in here talking about, I love Kamala. That's fine. But don't say it 6 or 7 times. It's not necessary, right? And then the last one is do not type in all caps unless you are a moderator or unless you are one of my followers who are vision impaired. Okay, that's it. Now, before we go any further, because I do have a lot that I want to share with you all today. And hey, what's up, Shelly? And I do want you all to participate in the conversation. Not really, Laura, not really, but it's okay. Good morning, Saberio. So I want to do something very quickly, okay? And this is what I want to do. I want to do a Monday morning mental health check-in. So based on the hearts that you see up on your screen, I would like for you to drop your heart as to how you are feeling. So red heart is really great. Orange is pretty good. Yellow is doing okay. Green is starting to struggle. Blue is having a hard time. And purple is I need support. Okay. So if you are green, blue, or purple, and you would like to join the panel so that we can talk about it, please let me know. If you are green, blue, or purple, right, and you want to join the panel to talk about it, let me know. Just go ahead and join, and we can make that happen. I'm going to drop the link for this in YouTube as well. And if somebody can drop it in the Facebook chat as well, that would be perfect. So the folks that I would love to have in the request box right now are folks that are either green, blue, or purple. No worries, Etsy. So let me just say this to you, Etsy, because this is a great point. Etsy said, I can't join because it's in public. If you are someone that cannot join because it is in public, if you go to my link tree and you join my Discord, I have a Discord that is open for folks that are either subscribers or non-subscribers, right? I have one for each. And in my Discord, we have a little section that is called 8 minutes. Oh, you're in a public place? No worries. But check this out. We have a little channel in my Discord that says 8 minutes. And where that comes from is Simon Sinek. If you don't follow him, he's a great dude to follow. And so he was talking to one of his friends one day, and they were chatting, and she said she just come through a really hard time. She was going through a bunch of stuff last week, and he said to her, he said, why didn't you come out? Why didn't you call me? And why didn't you tell me you were going through something so I could help you? And she said, I did. I text you. And he said, no, you didn't. And she said, yes, I did. And so he pulled out his phone and he began scrolling, and he said, you mean this text right here that said, hey, what you doing? That looks like every other text you've ever sent me? How was I supposed to know that this text meant you were going through something and you needed support? And so what they agreed in that moment is that from now on, if they needed support, that they would text each other, do you have 8 minutes? And the reason why is because there was this study that went out that said just 8 minutes of being with someone else. They don't have to fix your problem. They don't have to say anything, but just 8 minutes of being with someone else lets you know that you are not alone, and it gets you in a better place. So in my Discord, there is a channel that's called the 8 minutes. You can literally pop in there and go at everyone. Does anyone have 8 minutes? And someone will pop in, and then you guys are able to go to a private chat together. So if you don't feel comfortable coming up here on a panel, whether it's on YouTube or Facebook or on TikTok, then you can always take advantage of the 8 minute channel that is in my Discord. Nope, it's open, Alex, for everybody. Simon Sinek, it's Sinek. All right, so what I'm going to do really quickly is I'm going to go ahead and bring some more folks up to the panel. Okay. Here, this is if you're new to me, am I going to talk about policy in a minute? Yes. Am I going to talk about the big, beautiful bill or the big barbaric bill? Yes. Am I going to talk about all of those things? Yes. And here's what I know. We are only going to be able to change things politically. We are only going to be able to right our political ships when the people are okay. If we are not as okay as people, we are not going to be able to create things that are okay. So it's important to check in with each other and not just talk about policy and not just argue. Now, I'll tell you something that I noticed with TikTok. Last week, I had a conversation with a lady who was a MAGA, and we were discussing trans rights, right, and LGBTQ things. And I broke that conversation up into 4 different videos. The very first video was the beginning of that conversation. It was very intense and very, right? It really was. And And so it has like over 6,000 some odd views. The video number 2, we were starting to come down a little bit and be a little bit easier. By video number 3, I had her turning and she was kind of, listening. And so things were more amicable. So it had even fewer views, right? So here's what I know. The algorithm is reinforcing arguments and hostility and hatred. If you notice, when I have somebody on this panel, thank you, Alex, and it's really hot and heavy and heated and arguing, guess what happens? More people come in here because the algorithm pushes it out to the For You page more. Which is why folks like me don't get all of the things in, right? And so, listen, you have to understand, folks, that keeping us divided is what they want. Good morning, Hawk, right? So what I'm going to say to you is that if you, right, more bots show up, more trolls show up, more everybody shows up, right? So this is what I'm going to say, folks, is I'm going to put up part 4 today. You can also listen to the entire thing on my podcast as well. But, folks, we have to start remembering that we train the algorithm. Do y'all hear me? We train the algorithm. So the less we participate in arguing hateful bullshit, the less the algorithm will kick it out to people. We train the algorithm. So when we start to tell the algorithm, we don't want to be at each other's throats anymore. We're not listening. We're not participating. We're not gifting people for arguing. We're not gifting people for being hateful to each other. Right? When we start teaching it that we gift for goodness, when we gift for kindness, when we gift for good information, when we gift for compassion, right? When we start, right, Steffi G, or gifting in order to kick someone, when we start gifting and liking and sharing because of good things, the algorithm will start to change. So just kind of want to throw that in there for you. All right. So when I bring you up to the panel, do me a favor and put yourself on mute until I can get to you. If you could do that for me, that would be amazing. Again, here's what I'm saying for folks that have a green heart. For folks that have a green heart, a blue heart, or a purple heart, if you want to come up to the panel and kind of talk through it, I am more than happy to do that with you. Okay. All right. So let me go ahead and I will start with Jacqueline. Jacqueline, good morning. What you got for me? I'm going to send you an invitation to unmute, Jacqueline. Let me know, because you may have accidentally clicked to get up here. Jacqueline, going once, going twice. If you meant to request up, Jacqueline, and you can't get unmuted, I'm going to drop you down and you can request back up and I'll bring you back up. Again, folks, if you have a green, blue, or purple heart and you want to come up and kind of talk through it, then make sure that you request up so we can do that, okay, before we move on to other things. All right? All right. Good morning, Mary Shaw. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Dani. How are you doing?
I am great. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Can one of my mods help Alexa? Sorry, Mary Shaw. Can someone help one of my mods? Can you help Alexa Lee get into the Discord? Find the Discord link, please. All right.
Okay, I guess for me, it's just like, it's hard to explain. I just feel like heavy. I feel so heavy.
Yeah.
And we went to the protest last week. I guess it was last week. And there were so many people there in Little Rock, Arkansas, which was really hopeful. I must say, it really gave me a sense that we're not alone, my husband and I. But then you come back home and it just feels so isolating because
Mhm.
we live in a all YT, pretty much. There's a few people of color here, but they're all waving the American flag with 4th of July all over the place. And it's like we have a flag hung upside down on our flagpole.
Mhm.
But we did see one other person in the subdivision with their flag hung upside down yesterday morning. So that made us feel a little better.
Mhm.
I haven't been able to really go up on panels at all
Thanks, Alex.
because I don't quite know how to deal with it all. And
Mhm.
there's a couple of creators I've been listening to, which I find very helpful. They're both very bright and informative Black women, and they have a lot to say, which is good. And I'm learning things, because even though I feel like I have a good handle on the racism thing, there's so much I still don't know, and so much I still have to unpack. The blind spot, boy, oh boy. But it makes me feel almost guilty, for everything that's been done, and I don't know how to. I don't know how to countermand that because I am what I am, and I had no choice of who I am. I've just tried to live my life the best way I can. So I guess maybe that's the best way to handle it. I'm worried about my kids because they're biracial, and they tell me, don't worry about us. We're fine. We know what to do. We have it together. But I'm their mom, and I take a bullet for them in a heartbeat. It's just so much of everything.
Right.
I mean,
So,
I'm on a fixed income now, and I have medical issues. So there's just all these things coming at me, and I don't know how to separate them, I guess is what it is.
gotcha. So a couple of things to unpack there. The first thing that I would say is yes, things are heavy. I have a lot of different things that I do when things are heavy. And, you know, okay, so I'll give you an example. I called an ex of mine yesterday, right when I was almost home from traveling. And I called because whenever somebody keeps popping up for me, I call just to check on them. And his dad has
Right.
dementia and those types of things. And so I was calling just to check on them. And in the course of that conversation, I just said, how are things going with you? What you got going on, right? Now I knew that that his dad was Republican and that he, kind of leaned that way. But when we dated, the conversation was they leaned that way primarily for financial reasons, business reasons, from a corporate perspective, right? And in the course of that conversation, I found out that was not the case. A conversation came about Democrats pushing LGBTQ stuff in the schools, and so you guys know that conversation did not go well. It did not go well for me and this individual. And when I got home, and I mean, I was hoarse a little bit because I raised my voice so much. And that person was intentionally trying to not hear me. And so when I got home, I was tired and all I wanted to do was lay down. But instead, I took myself, went and took a shower. Like I wanted to wash all of that energy off of me. So this is the thing. So when we talk about things feeling heavy, then you've got to think about ways to get the heaviness off of you, right? So whether that is taking a shower. Sometimes when I finish a heavy conversation, you might literally see me go back and wipe people's gunk off me. It's just like it's a physical representation of what I'm doing energetically for me, right? And so another thing that I will do is spending time in nature. Whether that is going to the park, feet in the grass, sitting by a stream, all of those things, they help counteract when things get heavy. And so that's the first thing that I would say. The second thing that I would say, when I hear white women, especially because I don't hear it from white men as much, I hear it from white women. the most when they say, the more that I learn about racism and all of those things, the more I feel ashamed. The more I feel shame, or the more I feel guilty. I don't hear white men say that. I hear white women say that. And so one of the things that I'm going to offer you is that if you hear about someone else's struggle and where you land is, I feel guilty, it is because you are centering yourself instead of centering those people.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yep. So you are being, you're still, you've heard all of this other trauma and you're still thinking about you. And so,
Right.
so to realize that if you know you didn't do it to someone, if you know you didn't participate in it, I have nothing to feel guilty about. What I do have is I can feel empathetic and compassion for the people that it happened to. And then, and then focus on them. So whenever you hear, and it's not just about racism, folks, it's about all these other things as well, right? When, last week I did a lot of education around LGBTQ rights in this country and their struggle and the things that they experienced and the way that they were targeted by our government. I did not feel guilty about any of those things. And I don't even feel guilty that at one point in time I was anti-LGBTQ. I don't feel guilty about that. It was what I knew at the time. It's what I was taught at the time. It was tied to my religion in that moment. So I don't feel guilty about it. What I have said is I apologize for not knowing sooner. But now that I do know, I'm going to use every tool that I have available to me to right the wrong that I did and advocate. So I'm going to be as loud in my service to undo the things I did as I was in my protest against you. Right? So that for me is how I work. I don't feel guilty because it was all I knew at the time. Right? And so I think that, And so that's just it. That's remembering. Listen, guys, we do the best we can based on who we are and what we know at the time in every respect. That's even with our kids. I hear a lot of parents feel guilty about things that they did. Listen, more than likely, you were already processing your own trauma as you are raising other children, right? So, the key thing is to apologize to your children, not make excuses, and then do all of the things that you can to right those wrongs. That's it.
Okay.
And so, and I will also tell you this, I don't listen to, it's funny, as much as I love R&B and as much as I can be a little hip hop head and all of that, I don't listen to a lot of music that I actually would like because it might make me angry. I don't listen to music about relationships because I don't want to be mad or sad. I don't want to think about that. Nah, I'm going to focus on goodness. And so I'm going to listen to things that make me happy. So I might listen to a little bit of reggae. I might listen to a little bit of Afro beats. I'm going to listen to the things that make me happy. Music is an influential thing. It will impact your energy. If you're sad for whatever you do, please don't put on no damn, Adele or some sad things that don't do it to yourself. Shift it.
For me, it's crafting. I'm sitting here right now.
Oh, I can hear you.
Crafting.
Absolutely.
It's like I'm doing it consistently all the time now because it just takes the edge off.
Yeah.
It gives me something else to focus on.
And so imagine if you're crafting and you've got great music going on in the background. For me, it might be pictures, or for you, it might be pictures of your kids or your grandkids. It's those types of things that shift our energy. I talk all the time about shifting that shit. We have the ability to shift our energy. Right. And so I just want you all to think about those types of things. Okay. So, and that's what you got to keep doing. Circle back around. And so those are some things that I would say.
Okay.
Because Saturday, everybody felt like the world was ending, and we're still here today.
Exactly. And we're going to be here.
And we're going to be here. And so we're going to be here and be the best we can.
There's no one knows when the world will end.
Nope.
only God. So
Yep.
I don't even focus on that.
Yeah, that's why everybody that comes in here talking about the rapture's coming. No, it ain't. Do you want to know how I know it ain't? Because you think it is. Because the Bible says you won't know.
Exactly. Well, I just want to say thank you again for all you do. I know that I don't talk much a lot in the lives, but I listen a lot, and you mean a lot to me, and I don't even know you. So there's, but
you do know me. Listen, how I am sitting right here in front of you is how I am every day. When I get
all the time.
Yeah, this is just who I am. I don't have a TikTok persona or a Facebook persona or whatever. This literally is just who I am. Period.
Well, I appreciate it. It's a lot of work and a lot of time, and I can't imagine with everything else you have on your plate. So I really appreciate all you do. It helps me a lot. And
good.
It gives me vision and focus, and I want to make something for you. I've already printed it out. I just got to put it together.
Yes, Mila.
That's what I do.
Yes, I got you. I appreciate you. Give me 1 second. I need to help Mila. Cheryl, I know you're up here, but you're teacupping. Are you able to do a quick little commercial for me?
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome. I just need to help Mila. I'll be right back. Thank you. Thank you, Mary. I appreciate you.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you, too.
I know that this weekend has been kind of heavy. I hope everybody was able to find some kind of joy this weekend for themselves. Anyway, while we're taking this break, don't forget that, as they say, tapping is clapping. So make sure that you're tapping. If you haven't done your daily heart, it's up at the top next to Dani's name. You just click on that, send it, and don't forget to go back in there and claim your points for it too. If you have not done the heart before, to join her team or fan club, as they call it now, I believe, you just go up there and you tap on that at the top next to her name, and you will join her fan club. Also, another way to get more people in here and a part of this conversation is to share the live. You want to get it out there, so you just click down at the bottom. Usually it's in the bottom right-hand corner. There is an arrow. You click on that and you choose who or where you want to share it, so you can get this live out there. Trying to think what else. If you want to join her Discord, also by going to Dani, if you click on her name, if you do it now, it's going to take you out of this live. But if you click on her name and follow to her personal profile, she has a link to a link tree there. And that link tree has a ton of information. Whenever she does these lives with us, she shares a bunch of information, and afterwards she adds links and info in those link trees, so we have that at our fingertips to be able to read and process later if we need to, share with others, gather more information, because sometimes it's stuff that we just kind of gloss over. It just depends on what it is, but that information is there for you to have. I don't know about you, but sometimes I need to look at it after talking about it too. So that's a good place to go. It looks like Dani's back.
Thank you, Cheryl. I appreciate you. Yeah, so folks, and listen, I am behind putting things in the link tree from Thursday and Friday's lives. My goal is to get all of those things put in there today. So just thank you for being patient with me. I traveled this weekend. I attended an event on Saturday, and then Saturday night, we all know what happened. And then yesterday, I spent the day at the Georgia Aquarium because it's one of my favorite places in the country. And I went and got myself some Tassilis. If you've ever been to Atlanta, if you live in Atlanta, or if you visit Atlanta, do yourself a favor, go to the west end of Atlanta. You'll get on 20 going west towards Birmingham, and then you'll take like the first exit, which is 55A on Lowry. And then you'll make a left. You get over on David Abernathy, Ralph David Abernathy, right? In the West End. You will be in the hood, and it will be worth it, and you will be welcome. So you will go to Tassili's and get yourself a spinach wrap. Her spices blend is actually trademarked. I have never had a single person, no matter their race, no matter their gender, no matter nothing, everybody I've ever taken to Tassili's just absolutely loves it. It's amazing. So if you saw the photos that I posted last night, those kale wraps that you see, those are from Tassili's. So yeah, just wanted to throw that in there for you. Yes, I will drop that place in Discord, John. It is my listen, you know what? I'm going to take a second to just be like personal with you guys for a second. So when I went to, do they sell the spices? They used to, but I don't know if they do anymore. Like I said, it's her spices blend is trademarked. You've heard me bring this up so many times. Yeah. Anybody who knows me knows I love Tassili's. Yep, it's right down by the HBCUs, Michael David. Right. So you'll be right down there by Morehouse, by Spelman, by Atlanta Clark. And yeah, Tassili's, it's Tassili'. Like that's her name. Her name is Tassili's. It's in an old, like rundown, yellow, what used to be a house. And they'll have local artists work on the things. They'll be playing some old school music. And they make incredible wraps. And yep, that's how you spell it, John. And so my favorite, and the one that they're probably the most famous for, is called the Punani wrap. It's made with it's a spinach wrap with kale. I do mixed kale, which means half spicy, half mild, 50-50. And then it has coconut couscous and sweet corn and avocado and tomato, and it is amazing. And I get a half size because the half size is about this big around. They cut it in half, and it is incredible. A half of that is like a meal. And so yeah, that's what it's called. They have their biggest wrap, I believe, weighs, I don't know, some shit like 6 pounds, and it's called the Mandingo. But there's another one I know, Uka. You should have heard me last night telling my niece, girl, don't leave your punani on my counter. And she just laughed. But there's another, another wrap that they have is the SOB, which is south of the border. And it's my second favorite. It's a chili wrap. And so it has Moroccan couscous instead of coconut couscous. And it also has, but in the kale are these little, there's these little bits, and they taste like bacon, but they're not, because it's a vegan place. Everything there is vegan, but you would not know. It's all raw vegan too. Like listen, Tassili is so good. She's what we call a vegan alchemist. So she is great at knowing what types of raw foods and spices taste really good together. And so that's what she does. So just so you know, no, Uka, I'm telling you, I have taken carnivores there. I have taken vegans there. It doesn't matter. Everybody loves Tassili's. I'm not kidding you. I take videos and pictures of people whenever they eat it for the first time, and everyone's reaction is the same. They're like, oh my God. So it's so good that every time I fly to LA to see my daughter and her boyfriend. I'm not now, Shannon. I was for a while. I was about probably 80-85% plant-based, which is actually something that I'm going back towards now. But every time I go to LA to visit my daughter, this is no bullshit. I go by Tassili's, and I will buy 6 wraps, 2 for me, 2 for her, 2 for her boyfriend. And I'll take them in my carry-on. And every time that I go through TSA, I get pulled over because they look like bricks of white stuff. They look like bricks. And every time I'm like, it's my kale wraps. Please don't throw away my food. And every time I tell them, and then they can smell it, they're like, oh my God. So no kidding. I literally have TSA agents that will write down the name of the restaurant so that they can go. No kidding. So I'll do you guys better than a picture. Give me 1 second. Oh, good Lord. All right. Oh, okie doke. Where is? Okay. So I I want you all to remember that this is a half size. So this is a half size, and it's $12, right? Yeah, the names are hilarious. But it is packed full of ridiculous, yummy goodness. And this is what that looks like. And it's so good for you. It's going to come apart. Let me see. See all that in there? This is a half size. So what I'm holding in my hand is half of a half size. But that's the coconut couscous, the corn, the avocado, the tomatoes, the kale, the spinach wrap. And so, yeah, this is a half size, and this is the smallest size. So typically when I get one of these, well, no, it's the coconut couscous, and you don't have to get it. You can just say, hey, I don't want coconut couscous. Or you can get another, a different type of couscous in it. But it's coconut couscous is what's in it. So the thing is like typically half of a half is one meal for me. And then the name of the restaurant is Tassili's, Tassili. It's made to order. They make it in front of you. Beth, you live in Atlanta? You live in Atlanta? Yeah. So Tassili's is life. If Tassili is there, thank you, Beth Evans. If Tassili is there, she might say something like you do. Yeah. So I lived there for quite a while, for a total of 4 years total. But anyway, Tassili, if she's there, she might come out and she might say, thank you all for coming to Tassili's. We really appreciate you supporting things. I want to thank you for allowing me to participate in the healing of your body through food. And that's the kind of place it is. So, when you go, just tell them I sent you because it's incredible and amazing. And then the last thing that I will share with you all on a personal note from my trip is I went to the aquarium. And I have my favorites at the aquarium. Tassili's. Can somebody else type it in there for me again? So my favorite dolphin in the dolphin show is Salvador. He's my favorite. And here's what's so crazy. As soon as we sat down and the dolphin show started, he was the first dolphin out, and he was out for all of the show yesterday, right? So it was just kind of like the universe going ding and giving me my favorite dolphin, right? We went to, so I have this thing about Tank. He is he's the sea turtle. He's the green sea turtle at the aquarium. He's very famous. We love him. The kids and I, when we go, we don't want to leave unless we see Tank. So when you go in Ocean Voyager and you get to the big, like 65-foot glass wall, we normally will go right up to the glass and we'll sit down and we wait for Tank. And as soon as I sat down, you love Tank. See, you get it. So as soon as I sat down, I looked at my niece and I said, okay, I'm just going to wait for Tank. And she said, here he comes. And every time I go, Tank comes and he just comes and swims right over to me. And I'm like, hey, Tank. And yesterday he came through the first time. And then I moved down to the other end and he came back again. And then he just came and he sat right in front of me. And he stayed there the entire time I was there. So it was just really cool that, my favorite things just showed up for me yesterday, and just finding so like, that's my thing. You'll see, I have other videos that I haven't done yet. My niece was like, cause I put my hands on the glass and the beluga whales just came over right by and just like kissed the glass. And she was like, you really do? Cause I will be like, come talk to me, come see me. And I'll put my hand on the glass and their popcorn is good too. So are the cookies. The carrot, believe it or not, the carrot tuna is fantastic. Like everything there is good. But yeah, so anyway, so that was my day yesterday. All right. So here's what we're doing really quickly right now, folks. We're doing a mental health check-in with folks. I want to do this just for the folks who might either be starting to struggle, having a hard time, or needing some support. And then we'll go on because it is Melinda. And then what I will do is I'll dive in because I don't know if you guys are aware, but we Yeah, I love it. It's like my niece laughed at me. She goes, "Oh my God, you're like a kid." And it's what happens as soon as I get to the Georgia Aquarium. Yeah, he is. He's old. He is. He's old and he's fantastic. But so as soon as I get there, I become like 5 years old. Like I love so much about it. I was telling my niece, I was like, okay, so that's Salvador, that's Kay. We went to see the sea lions, and I'm like, Safi is cool. And I was like, now Juniper's not out here, and Honey's not out here. And she was like, oh my God, you know the names of the sea lions. I said, I absolutely do. Diego's the big fat sea lion, the biggest one there is. One of them still has a case, you know what I'm talking about, a pew pew thing in its head from where it was shot. And so anyway, yeah, it was what I needed yesterday. I needed it more than I needed to get on here and speculate about what could or couldn't have happened. Even when I don't live in Atlanta, I keep a family membership so that when I need to get away, I pack up the kids. I have been going there for what I realize now is 8 years, and they've only been around for 20, and probably over a dozen visits in that time. So yeah, I love it. I love them. Okay, I did, Lenny. I needed to recharge. I did. So let me do this. I'm gonna. How was it temp wise? Oh, it's hot Atlanta. What you mean? It's hot Atlanta at the end of June. It was hot. So yeah, so can I just tell you all this? If you are a veteran or if you have a veteran in your family, let me tell you this. They do have a city pass, Shannon. But let me also tell you this. Veterans, you get 30% off of memberships. So let me just tell you, our family membership for a membership at 4, I'm not sure, Jen. It was supposed to be $325. It saved me $70 showing them my veterans ID. So just letting you all know that if you have a veteran, it's well worth it. By the time you spend $40 just to go for one day, and then you pay for food, and then you pay for parking and all of that, because with the family pass, you get $10 off of your parking, and you get 10% off of souvenirs and 10% off of food. So it's more than worth it. More than worth it. Yeah. So just saying. All right. That's enough about the Georgia Aquarium and Tassilis and all of that. Yeah, Jen, it's amazing. It's one of my favorite places on earth. Not kidding. And I've been to like the Indianapolis Zoo that also has an aquarium and all of that, but I just love the Georgia Aquarium. I think part of the reason why I love it, one more plug about something else that I will tell you is aza.org. How many of you all are familiar with aza.org? That is the accredited zoos and aquariums site. So if you are thinking about going to a zoo or going to an aquarium and you want to know for sure that they take care of their animals, that they participate in, rescues and conservation, and they put and they'll release them, if they are able to, just different things like that. aza.org is amazing, because then you know that you are actually visiting and supporting a facility that treats their animals well, because not all of them do. I have not been to Boston, but I have been to the Bronx Zoo. Listen, it took us 2 or 3 days to go to the Bronx Zoo. And this is what I will say. The Bronx Zoo has been my favorite zoo, but Georgia Aquarium is my favorite. Yeah, you're welcome, Melinda. Yeah, you're very sus, as we all should be, because they're not always good to their animals. So, aza.org. Yep, there you go. All right, honey Graham, what you got? Let me send you an invite to unmute. Yeah, you can have some water.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry. I did not mean to. I don't know how I did this. I have no idea.
No worries. I got you.
Live.
I will take you down. I appreciate you.
Yeah, you too. Thank you, Dani.
You're welcome. All right. I've got Blue Honey Pot.
Hello.
Hello. I'm good. What you got for me? I'm going to put this in the fridge, but I can still hear you.
Okay, that's fine. My question, or where I'm at, is I know it's out of my circle, but with all that's happening and everything that's going on, you keep hearing all these different things. And I heard you on Saturday. So one question was, did he have to have permission to do this?
Okay, gotcha.
Are we at war?
Okay, gotcha. So let me just start with the last thing that you said. We are not in a conflict. I don't say the WAR word because of TikTok.
Gotcha.
Here's your water, baby. We are not in an all-out WAR. That is the thing that requires Congress. Now, here's the speculation, all right? Because he likes to test the waters the same way that he did using the Title 10, where it has like there were specific things that he did not meet using Title 10. And that's why it's still going to court. That's why it's still being argued, because it's a little ambiguous. However, this is not. So let me be clear. He does not require the quote unquote approval of Congress to do this. However, he has to do a couple of things. Number one, he has to notify Congress within 48 hours. He has to give Congress 48 hours notice. It can only last 60 days unless Congress extends it. And there are specific conditions under which he needed to do it. The argument, and this is under the War Powers Act, the argument is that the conditions weren't met, right? So let me kind of give it to you. Okay, so let me tell you what they are very quickly. So it's the War Powers Resolution. That's the name of the document. But here's the thing. It has to have, like I said, he has to give them 48 hours notice. He has to, forces have to be withdrawn in 60 to 90 days. However, there's also some additional information, and let me pull it up. I've got hey girl, not so loud, please. I'm reading the actual document thing. I'm on the, how funny, I'm on the Nixon Library. But what are I need the two things. Here they are. Oh, my sweet baby Jesus. Did that download? What did that do? Did that download? Okay, thank you, because I wasn't trying to do that. Oh, my God. Will you just give me the two things? Hold on, you guys. I don't want to know what he did. I want to know. Oh, fuck you. Sorry.
You'll never offend me.
Yes, Nixon vetoed it and Congress overruled him. Correct. But there he is. So the report has to detail the situation, the legal basis, the scope, and the duration. Now, here's the thing. The condition, there has to be a threat. And the problem is that, and the question that people are asking is, Mila, not so loud. The question that people are asking is, what was the threat? Because we don't believe that one existed, right? And so here it is. You ready? It can only be exercised pursuant to 1, a declaration of war, 2, specific statutory authorization, or 3, a national emergency created by attack upon the United States, its territories or possessions, or its armed forces, which we don't have. None of this happened. And so this is the part where Congress says, you didn't have the power to do this. Now, can he issue a strike? Yes, but only under certain conditions. And this is very similar to what he did with the National Guard. So this will be a big battle, and we're going to see if Republicans have the muster and the spine to do what's right and in the best interest of the country.
Okay. So because of the way that he did this,
Yep.
do you feel that we are prepared militarily in these areas to protect our people?
In the Middle East?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
That was just very succinct. I'm going to tell y'all right now,
That was gonna be your answer.
the 40,000, 50,000 people that we have in the Middle East are at significant risk because they are within easy reach. And yeah.
Okay.
Mila, not so loud,
Do we
baby.
know if there's anybody of any true military what's the word I'm looking for? Pride, I guess, that won't be a yes man, that's actually looking at the chessboard, not eating the checkers? I mean, is there anybody up there with him that we can kind of trust?
I think the only person would be Tulsi Gabbard, and I think he's going to fire her.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And that's a scary thought in itself.
Yeah.
Okay. All
I
right.
mean, Tulsi was it. She spoke out definitively. I also think part of the way she's speaking out is because she wants to set herself up for a 2028 run, in my opinion. Because the video that she did was so performative, it was professionally shot and all the things. Hey, Mila, I love that you're singing, but can you sing a little quieter? Lava, lava, chicken, chicken. It's Minecraft, y'all. Not so loud, okay? Okay. Thank you. So I think he's going to fire her. I think Marco Rubio looks like, I think he, every time I see that man, he looks like he's in the second place.
Yeah.
Like his face during the press conference, he looked like he was in the second place and had no way to get out. Yeah, like that's what he looks like to me.
Sorry, dude. Hate that for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I mean, I feel a little better. You typically put me in a more comfortable space. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Today, I say it a lot in the live, but we love you and thank you. Can't thank you enough for everything.
Hey, don't walk on your toes. Your phone is right there where you left it, little girl. Oh, you said. Really? Shh. Did it kill you? That's what you get for leaving it. But yeah, so that's where we're at. So I appreciate you, Blue Honey Pot. Have I tried the peach Red Bull? I think so, Michelle T. I'm on a watermelon kick right now. That's just where I'm at. But thanks, Blue Honey Pot.
Thank you.
All right, Cheryl.
Hi.
What you got, Fierce Red? Listen, you look like your hair is almost the same color as the octopus at the aquarium.
One side is purple.
Yeah.
And the other side is fuchsia.
It's that color over there, but if it had a little more red tint. The one that we used to have was orange, and this one is not. It's fiercely red and gorgeous.
One of the few things I do for fun for myself, though. I got to do it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to switch. My eyes were so bad. I had to switch to readers because I could not read the screen.
You're good. No worries.
I will start off by saying that I'm probably more of a blue green than I am yellow green because I am never honest when people ask me how I'm doing.
Okay.
You know, I just don't do that. But okay, so I'm gonna dump just to get it all out, and this is my way of relieving myself. So I'm just gonna dump all my shit. So
I got it. Dump away.
This safe space. Mine isn't directly with all this stuff going on. Indirectly, all of that makes this harder, obviously, and causes issues in my family. Some of the issues it's causing, I can't talk. Some of the specifics I can't talk about because it's private information for a family member that I love. But I did DM you some of what's going on just to kind of get it out. I don't think you've seen it yet. But it's stuff I can't talk about in the lives.
Gotcha.
But my stuff, a lot of people, some people do know, but I'm disabled. I've had disabilities my whole life, but I will say that my disabilities didn't become disabling until after I had my kid almost 18 years ago. Pregnancy did a lot to me, and then my kid was born with right out the NICU, there for 4 months, and disabilities and diagnosis after diagnosis for years. Okay, so my kid is brilliant with lots of disabilities. So I got to brag there. And heading into their senior year of high school. So everybody knows who has kids who have gone through high school. We're in that area of college applications and trying for scholarships and all that kind of stuff and figure out where to go, which is enough stress in itself.
Yep.
But with my disabilities over time, they're progressive, and it's gotten much harder. And I used to be the breadwinner and the one who ran everything. I literally could have run the world at one point in my life, but I can't now. My brain still wants to, but my body says, hell no.
Gotcha.
So I work 3 jobs from home. And one of the problems I have is a lot of people treat me as, because I work from home, that I have the freedom to do everybody else's shit. Yeah.
I resemble that remark.
And I am the personality that I feel everybody else's feelings like you do, and I want to help everyone, and I have a hard time saying no, and I have a very hard time taking care of myself, and that's gotten worse. During all of this, though, that's made it even harder is, 3 years ago, my mom was diagnosed with dementia. My background is, my parents were pregnant at 17, had me at 18. I came from a very loving family, but it had a lot of issues. There was a lot of problems and there was a lot of trauma. But the big part with my family is that even though I came from love, my family didn't take care of me. My parents kind of even sponged off me. I was the older kid. I took care of everything. I took care of my siblings. I had to work. I paid rent at a young age. I had to do all these things. I bought my clothes, I bought my food. So I was treated as an adult at a very young age. So I felt like my parents were never there. They were there for love. They weren't there in security for the other things that you should be providing for children.
Right.
And then my sister was treated the opposite. She was the baby. I literally took care of her. And then when this happened to my mom, I am now her sole person to take care of. My mother had passed away a year prior, not quite a year, 6 months prior to her diagnosis. And then she got a concussion that progressed her Alzheimer's by like 10 years. She went from still working and driving, living on her own, to needing to be taken care of. So I am now stuck taking care of my mother. And I know it says stuck. It sounds awful. I'm doing everything I can, but I'm taking care of somebody who didn't really take care of me.
Yep.
And I have no other support other my loving and wonderful husband. There's no one else, even though I have family.
Yep.
There is no one else, even my sister. And oftentimes I've been called on to help my sister and my niece, and my nephew, and everyone else because, Cheryl can fix things. And I'm dealing with all of that as I'm progressing and just not taking care of myself. And just recently what's kind of tumped me over the edge is my mom decided she's marrying somebody in her facility. She's 67. This man's 88 years old. They love each other. I convinced them into a ceremony rather than something legal because neither one of them understood what that would do to her. So I had to suddenly plan a wedding for my mom and this man to prevent him, because he doesn't have dementia, from doing something legal that would take away her Social Security that's under my father and make him the person who is responsible for her when he obviously is in assisted living and can't take care of himself.
Correct.
So I rushed to do that while finally getting into my yearly mammogram 6 months late. Again, not taking care of myself. Then it came back with something. So I had to wait 3 weeks to find that out while I'm planning this wedding, and had to have the screening done 2 days before wedding. Cleared.
Yay. Yay. Yay.
So
Good.
Everything's good. But and then I had to do my mom's wedding. And I actually have to go back today to take down all the decoration thing. Luckily, the facility let me do it there. And I have to go take care of all that while I'm having a hard time getting up and moving because I just did a wedding. My body says no.
Yes.
And I haven't been able to paint. And my way of dealing with stuff and processing is painting.
Painting. Yes.
So with all this heavy stuff going on, I've got like 10 million paintings in my head because I paint emotions. I paint what I'm feeling, what I'm thinking, what's going on. So I need to get in there and paint, but either I don't have time or I physically can't because I'm doing so many other things. And I still need to work and haven't been able to work. But I can't make my brain work right now.
Yep.
So it's a lot. And I feel I really, really need a break. And I don't see one coming anytime soon. So I'm just stumping to get it out. Because sometimes just getting it out helps,
Yep.
And a lot of people don't understand. I know you guys are a safe space, and sometimes you just need people who listen. We all have shit. We all have stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's good when we let people know all the different things we're dealing with.
Yep.
It can also make a difference in where you see where somebody's coming from. and things like that, a better understanding of people and why they might be the way they are, or what they say or what they do, or, you know, I like to know where people are coming from. I like to know the kind of life that they're living because it helps me understand them better. But anyway, I'm just getting it out because I realized I really needed to. So,
Well, so one, guess what? You just started taking care of yourself. How about that? Like, it's funny because the dump is the first step in taking care of you. So great job. Like, sit with that for a second. You aren't completely neglecting you because you recognize the need to dump. The thing is that we get to that place. It's like we don't dump and we don't dump and we don't do anything. And then it's like, okay, if I don't dump, something's gonna break. Something's not gonna work the way that I need it to work, right? So 100% get that. So take a minute to pat yourself on the back, give yourself some love for recognizing you needed to dump and then dumping, because not everybody does that. And then bad things happen. So that would be number one. Number two, I would say a couple of things. While there are a lot of people that can't do certain things that Cheryl can do, can anybody else go take down the decorations?
my husband offered to do it after work, and so it's always my husband. And I don't like to dump on him all the time because he's carrying a lot. He's there for me. He's for me. My kid started a job last week and still isn't driving. It takes a neurodivergent brain sometimes a little longer to get on that. And so I take our kid to work, and then my husband picks up.
Yeah.
And so that means driving from town to another town to pick them up, and then back to our house, which is between those two towns.
I got you.
And then go back to the other town to do that after working all day. And I don't like always, I don't know anyone else. And during all this, my best friend, who is my support, ended up in the hospital. I couldn't even be there for her because I was there for mom and I had nobody else.
Okay.
So
couple things I'm hearing in your language. So the answer to my question is yes. Your husband can do it. Your husband can do it. That is not dumping on him. Dumping on him would be, honey, can you do this thing? I need you to do this thing. Do this thing for me because I don't have the capacity. That would be dumping, right? Accepting an offer is not dumping. It is saying yes and not putting so much on you. Yeah. So he offered, allow him to help. Sometimes what happens is we say we don't have any help, but then we also don't accept what's offered because it doesn't come from where we want it to come, or it's coming from where it usually comes, or whatever. Girl, listen, when people offer, say yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's the one thing. One of the things that I had to learn is that not everybody can do what I can do. There are some things that I can do that other people can't do. So when those people that can't do the bigger stuff that I can do offer to do the little things, I have to let them do the little things so that there's more of me to do the big things. Right. Okay. So the answer to that question is yes, there is. Allow him to. When you say to yourself, I wasn't able to be there for my best friend because I was there taking care of my mom. That's not the accurate framing of that. The accurate framing is, I was there for my best friend emotionally and spiritually, and she knows that. And my best friend would also want me to handle this very important thing for my mom that could have significant legal consequences. So I was there for everybody in my life the best way that I could be at that time.
Yeah. And that's what she would say too.
Exactly. Yes. And we know that, right? 100%. And so like, it's just sitting back. So because what I hear you doing is I hear you collapsing all these things into one, and they're not, right? Yeah. So we have to uncollapse them and take them individually. And so what I typically will do is, because remember when we talk about that telescope, is I will draw circles like they are individual telescopes, and I will put the things in the circles, and it helps me look at them from an individual perspective. Right. And then the other thing that, and we've talked about this before, but just remember this, so what I hear you saying to me is, I want to paint, but I can't because I either don't have the time or I am physically worn out. Yeah. So let's try it again. I want to paint and I haven't had time and I'm physically worn out. So when we replace the but with the and, it brings possibilities for ways to do that. So maybe it's I want to paint and I don't have a ton of time. So I'm going to carve out 15 minutes, 30 minutes, right? I want to paint. So I'm going to give myself 30 minutes to paint in the morning before I wear myself out doing everything else for everybody else. I'm going to fill my cup in the morning before I start pouring for everybody else.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's replace the but with whatever you want to do. And it's but I can't because of this. Replace that but with and examine the possibilities that it opens up for you as to how you can do a thing.
Yeah. I do try to do that sometimes too. I mean, like, not just the wording, but like you said, you know, carving out the time for me. I do have to watch. I don't know if you've ever heard of spoon theory. That's why I get the fatigue. But it's like you wake up each day with a certain amount of pieces of energy when you deal with like chronic fatigue syndrome, which is part of what I have with all my different conditions.
Yeah.
And if I use a certain amount of energy for one thing, I don't have energy for the other thing. And it literally means I can't move my body. It's like lead.
Yep.
I just can't. And it affects the brain too, where it'll make it, I kind of think it's like thinking through mud, if that makes sense. It's the way I describe it for people. I am trying to think and process things through mud. You know, my head's full of mud. I can't make it do a thing.
Right.
You know?
Yep.
You know, it's everything from coming up with words, forming sentences, just having conversations. I mean, it can get hard. And sometimes then my autism wants to join in and I become situationally mute.
Yep.
It's like, oh, okay, let's do this.
Yep.
So I have to, each day is different with the amount of energy I have too. So I have to, it's a balancing act with it.
100%.
Yeah, and some days it's most people can't see my disability, but if it becomes bad enough, like I push or things happen, sometimes it becomes where it's visible because I need to have a cane or I have to have a wheelchair. And then all of a sudden people are treating me different because like, oh, they can see my disability now. It's like, these are all here before.
Yes.
I want to try to prevent getting to that part. But yeah, it's hard, but there are ways to do it. I definitely need to try. I have some other people in my life I could tag more who would do it. I definitely have plenty of people who tag me all the time that I could be reaching out to, that I don't utilize. And it's that whole thing that the helpers tend to help rather than help themselves.
100%. 100%. Yeah. So the other thing that I'm going to offer you is that it is, remember that whatever we say is what we deliver, right? So when we say it's hard, it's going to continue to be hard.
Yeah.
Right. So just remember, so what I will say is it's simple. Now, simple doesn't mean easy, but it is simple. It is simple. It is simple to rely upon the people that are in your network. It is simple to tag other people and say, hey, I need help with this. It's simple. And so just watch your verbiage to make sure that your verbiage is reinforcing what you want to show up for you and not what you don't. Right. So it's just kind of balancing those things. And I get it, some days are, but this is the thing. So remember when we get to this part, it's the fourth agreement. And this is my favorite agreement. You all already know that. The fourth agreement is very simple. It's always do your best, knowing that every day your best is going to be different based on your circumstances, based on your physical, based on everything, right? A day that I wake up and my pain level is a 8, my best is going to look very different than on a day I wake up and it's a 3. And it's not that my best is going to be worse. No, my best is just different that day. That's all it is. I don't believe in better, best, and worse. Bullshit. It's just different because my life is different. On a day that you wake up and you got money in the bank and you got a job and you got groceries in your refrigerator and you got a decent ass president, then life is different than you than when you wake up and we have what we have now. So, you know, just want everybody to remember that, you know.
And I've also been focusing more on choosing my family, you know, trying not to think as much as the fact that I have people in my life that aren't there, and more focusing on the people who are, and that chosen family of who is there for you and who truly do care to see that you are okay.
Yep.
I think that that's helping too. I've definitely built up, even just locally for me, I call it my chosen family.
Yeah.
And I need to learn to, because we all call ourselves that, to actually utilize them as my chosen family,
Yeah.
not just call them my chosen family.
Yep.
So I definitely need that. It's simple.
Yep.
It's not hard to look at it that way, because, you know, like I said, with the way I was raised, everything was always on me. So it's almost like that was trained into me, like, you figure it out, you take care of it. I didn't have the other people to turn to as a child.
Right.
But as an adult, that's different. And I need to learn to change my way of seeing that and thinking about it and get out of those patterns that I grew up with. And here I'm saying that at almost 49 years old. But
listen, that is continuous. Whenever we learn how to undo something, right, there's always something else, because that's continual growth. That's continuing to do the work. And hopefully that never ends for any of us, because there's always something for us to discover. So one of the things that I try to do is I try to not use the word learn, because learning sounds if you've ever thought about school, it's like, oh my God, learning can sound overwhelming, learning can sound challenging, learning can sound like work. But discovering something is fun, right? So you get to discover how you can do things different. You get to discover new ways of being that support who you are, that still get things done, and they work better for you too, right? So it's a journey. So think of it like that. Ooh, how can I discover to do this thing differently? Rather than, oh, I got to learn not to do that. Because listen, it's the same thing as when you're going to fast, right? And now that you've told yourself, I'm going to fast. What's up, Indigo Spirit, right? You're hungry all damn day and you think about food.
Yep.
But when you are discovering and you are lost in paint, when you are discovering and you are lost in writing, when you're in discovery mode and you're out in nature and you're gardening, you forget to eat. You're not even focused on the food because you're not trying to not think about it. You're just not thinking about it because you have something else that you're discovering, that you're focused on. So whenever we say, oh, I'm going to not do something, inevitably you think about the thing that you don't want to think about and do. So don't focus on what you're not going to do. Focus on what you are going to do. And then you get to create new things and discover new things. And then next thing you know, the old things are just not there anymore because you replace them.
I get it. I mean, all the things you're saying are things I say to other people.
Of course.
I do this for others. I mean, the work that I do, I mean, I teach everybody else how to adapt and how to change the way they think and the way they look at things. That's literally my job.
Yes, 100%.
It's like, I need to do it for myself.
Yeah. Do you remember when, so the very first time I watched Brene Brown and her TED Talk on vulnerability, the one where she's in the brown shirt, and she said the therapist that she went to, she said, not a regular therapist. She said, there are therapists specifically for therapists because they have a great bullshit radar and they will call us on our shit. Right. And so that's the thing. Even if we do it for others, we still need those reminders for ourselves. And they have to come from other places because, you know, we're not always in teacher mode. Sometimes we get to be the student, or we get to be reminded of things we already learned, we already knew, but we just weren't applying them to ourselves. So,
and that happens in our therapy too. I remember you talking about it. I have yet to find a therapist, and I'm still trying. I'm not giving up on that. Every therapist I go to end up having to leave. They're like, I learned more from you than you learned from me. That's their statement.
Yep.
I'm like, I need to find somebody somebody who can do this look through my bullshit
So
and help me dig.
the key
You know?
for me was finding somebody that was a PTSD specialist who's because so like our therapy talks, to be quite frank, are just me dumping and me explaining how I've already analyzed things and where I'm at with things and how I've already processed. But it is the EMDR trauma sessions that she provides that I can't do on myself.
Maybe that's why you look into, because you're describing my therapy sessions without the MD.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And so I had the same experience. You and I talked about this. Literally, every therapist I had is like, yeah, you already have all the tools. Like you already know all the things. But it's the trauma processing part that I could not do on my own. So maybe consider that. Yeah. Cool.
I appreciate you, and I appreciate I've been reading your comments. Thank you so much for being there, and Dani, for you giving us this space and letting us do this, because it's just so necessary for people to do this from time to time and find people to do this with.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, you're more than welcome. When I was preparing for today, I literally got Mental Health Monday, and I was like, okay, so apparently I need to give everybody a space today to check in before we dig into the things, because we have had some wins that maybe you guys don't know about, but we have had some wins. And so I can't wait to dig into those and talk about them. So appreciate you, Cheryl.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, love. All right. I'm going to do Miss Nina and Miss Marsha real quick before we dig in again. So folks, what I'm wanting to do is there's two ways that I'm offering for us to be able to support you today. One is you are more than welcome to request to come up to the panel. If you are a green heart, if you are a blue heart, or if you are a purple heart, and you want to be able to kind of work through and talk through what you've got going on, then you're more than welcome to join. If you don't want to talk about it live, in the Discord, there is a channel called 8 Minutes. If you pop into that channel and do at everyone and ask for someone, if someone is available, if they have 8 minutes, someone will answer you, and you can go into a private chat and you can talk about it privately and not on the live. So I got you, Marsha, no worries. All right, so I've got Miss Nina, I have got Teacups, and then I've got Roy, and then I've got Uka, and then we're going to start to dig into everything else. What's up, Miss Nina? What you got for me?
I was reminded of your live. My friend sent it to me, and then I come up and I see this, and I had just taken my anxiety medication because I'm exhausted, to say the least.
Yeah.
And I don't mind talking about my personal experience, because I know there's many people like me out there that are feeling the same way. So I'm gonna go ahead and unpack it here. Thank you in advance
for
you're
this
welcome. Space. Yeah. My PTSD has been kicking in since all this race started happening.
Mm-hmm.
This is the problem that I'm having to deal with, because I'm trying to be there for my community, and I have been nonstop since all this started.
Mm-hmm.
I got on this TikTok and I started, either attending lives up to now that I'm opening my own live so that people could have a space to come and talk and decompress. It's not really an informative or political live. It's just people coming and talking, and we talk politics, we talk everything, we talk about our countries. All kinds of people come, but it's a lot of Latino, Hispanic, Spanish speaking,
Mm-hmm.
So, but I'm drained, I'm exhausted, I'm sad, I'm angry. I talked to my doctor last week, and it was a great conversation, but I relate to what Cheryl was saying on the bottom, because he thinks I'm doing great. He thinks I handle myself great. He thinks, and he thinks highly of me, and I feel great after I talk to him. But then it's like I got to deal with real life, and he's not there all the time. And this is just my psychiatrist that treats me for all these things. But, it was a great conversation, but then I got overwhelmed again. and and on top of that, I'm also searching for work because I was laid off in the end of March.
Mm-hmm.
So on top of that, I'm fighting my firm for unemployment because I don't want to get into that because I have a hearing.
Gotcha. No worries.
So, but all I'm gonna say is that we're MAGA, and I was very uncomfortable when I found out. So it's kind of a good thing, but they're making it hard for me to continue. And I've been spending all my time trying to support my community because my PTSD is kicking because of the fact that I came here when I was 12. I was undocumented right out of high school. And I can't help but feel deep in my soul and my bones and every cell in my body what my these kids are going through, what these mothers are going through, and it's bringing back too many memories. And just to put myself in that position, and when I was like that, and that will be happening, it's just so sad and scary, and I can't help but just it's just taking me back.
Yeah.
I remember now something I had. Not that I forget, but it's a trauma to cross the border. It's a trauma to be left behind by your parents. It's a trauma. You go through things that you're not supposed to go as a child, and all that stuff is kicking in because I am those people. I am the one. I am the American dream. I am the people. I'm 54 now, and I was 12 when that was happening.
Right.
And now to see all this is I just feel helpless, and it breaks my heart.
Yeah.
And I feel like I can't do anything about it.
Right. And okay, so a couple of things. It is absolutely normal and expected for what's happening now to be triggering because it is you, right? As you said, it is you. And it's also not you. So one of the reasons why you're having such an intense reaction to it is because you are saying, it is me, right? And I think some degree of separation from there would be helpful, right? Helpful. And say, so you are the representation of those people. And it is natural to kind of see that they represent your journey and your path. And there's a desire for you, of course, to want to help them. But when you can't say, when you say, I can't do anything for them, that's not true. You just can't fix it for them. And that's because fixing it for them is in your circle 3. So don't beat yourself up over something that you can't control. It would be different, hon, if you had the ability to fix it for all of them and you were choosing not to. But that's not what's happening. You are holding space for them. You are providing space for them, right? You're doing what you can do. Don't make yourself responsible for things that you can't. That just beats yourself up. It doesn't serve you.
I hear you. And, I feel supported by my friends that we're in the same boat because we don't forget where we come from, and a lot of us have made a life here. A lot of us have kids, but you can't help but put yourself in the situation of what our brothers are going through right now, and they've been here for 30 years and nothing has been done for them for this immigration situation.
Yeah.
And it's just really, it's very angering, and to the point that I'm doing exactly what you're talking about. I'm not taking care of myself. I can't even garden, and that's my favorite thing to do.
Yeah.
Because it's like the only way I could have peace is if I take my medication and go to sleep, and I don't want to do that either. But at the same time, I think I do need the rest.
So I'll share with this is that and take what resonates and leave what does not. But at the minute you said, I can't even garden, the first thing that I heard is, oh, you can garden, but if you garden, you'll feel guilty. Because here you are, just like those immigrants, and you're out gardening. You're experiencing your favorite thing to do. And meanwhile, they're being rounded up on the street. They're
Get out
being,
of my head. That's literally what I don't want to do anything, because why should I have a life when they can't?
because you deserve a life. Because you deserve a life. That's why. Because you
My
deserve a
parents
life.
didn't have to wake up to take me to school scared of this when they were taking me to school. When they were undocumented, my parents did not have to go through what they were going through. They didn't. It's a fact. They didn't have to go through that. They were undocumented, and we did live in fear, but all we had to do is not tell anybody. They weren't hunting us like they're doing right now.
Right. I got that. But so listen, this is the thing that I'm saying, okay, is that this is not yours. Okay. So when you say, you are best of service to have you asked yourself, how can I be of service? How can I best be of service to those people? Because the choice that you have, right, is continuing to beat yourself up, to punish yourself and refuse to give yourself the things that you deserve because other people who deserve it aren't getting it. And then it makes you less of service to them. Or because listen, sweetie, whether you garden or don't garden, whatever is going to happen with the court system and immigration. And you're either going to keep not doing the things that give you rest, that give you respite, that fill your cup, and then you're really not going to be of use because you'll be medicated in the bed. Or you can carve out that time, get your feet into the earth, get your hands into the dirt, right? Spend some time with Mother Nature, feel rejuvenated, and come back with a full cup to help those people in whatever way you can. Those are the two things.
I totally, intellectually, I know everything you're telling me.
I know you do.
I do know intellectually, and I know, and my kids, my God bless, I have the best kids. I know every mother says this, but they're 20 and 21 years old, and, they're also in the legal field, and they're the ones supporting the household right now. I've been unemployed since March, so, and they're the ones, like, when they see me like that, Mom, get out of the bed, Mom, go garden, Mom, go, and they're after me, and that's why I had the courage to come up here. People, I had the blue and the purple heart, and people encouraged me to come up. I was a little embarrassed to do because I was already a mess, and I knew I was going to end up crying here, but
that's okay.
I don't want to be like this no more. I really don't, and I do want to be of service. That I told you that, and I want to be able to help better, and I know that I'm doing my part. That's the other part. I'm even locally helping people fill out their immigration paperwork and stuff like that because I have the time right now. But I've been so intense into everything that I'm forgetting to take care of the things that I love to do. That literally I do them as therapy to keep my sanity.
Right.
And I'm refusing to do them right now for, I guess it's guilt. I guess that's what I'm getting out of all this. It's the guilt that I have that, I could go somewhere and I have the document to present it, and others that look like me just don't have that document, yet they have a life here, they have their children, they have a home, they have their cars, and all they're missing is that work permit or that green card or that citizenship.
Right.
And I just think it's so unfair, but you're right. I'm needed more with all my senses and my sanity and my skills and with myself in the right place. Because I do not like to be medicated because of exactly what you said.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we're medicated and we end up in bed. That's the reason why I do all these other things.
Yeah.
To deal with my mental health.
So follow me. I know, guys, and I'm specifically not talking about that right now. I know what's on the news. I get the alerts that everybody else gets. I'm not talking about it right now because I want us to get through this really, really quickly, and then I will talk about it. Give me just a second, please, folks. Remember the space that we're currently in, okay? So here's the thing, right? I talk about this all the time. Is I talk about there's a difference between knowing right here and knowing right here. Right? When we know something right here, we have permission to handle things the way that we need to handle them. Right? Okay? So sit with your knowing what you know in your gut. I want you to remember you're not treating yourself to something. Don't look at it as you are rewarding yourself with gardening or you're doing the things that bring you joy and they don't get to do those things. Don't do that, right? You're not. You are practicing self-care. That's what you're doing. And you have to do that or you are going to be of no use to anyone else. Kim, I don't want to talk about that right now. Give me just a minute, please. So let me just say this. There are threats of those, but it has not happened yet. So I know, and I know you didn't mean to do that, but listen, folks, the news, okay, let me ask y'all a question. Because here's what the news is saying. The news is saying there are threats that that Iran is getting ready to attack military bases. Guess what? There have been threats about that since Saturday. We have known that shit is coming since Saturday. And even if we know it right now, I know, dirty bad bloggers, I'm aware. But listen, folks, can I ask you all a question? What can you do about it? What can you do about what's happening currently? So I can either sit right here and get everybody worked up about this thing that is happening. And then people that are already struggling, people that are already having a hard time, people that already need support, get kicked all the way back down to wherever they were. It's in circle number 3. You can't do anything about it. You can't. And the reality is we knew this was coming. Why are people acting surprised and alarmed? We absolutely knew this was coming. Intelligence people knew this the minute we did what we did on Saturday. Everybody knew this. The only thing that we can do is pray, hold space, send good energy, and hope that our military people there have shifted out of harm's way, or there are a few casualties. That's it. You don't control the military. You don't control Iran. You don't control us. You don't control any of those things. And letting it overwhelm you or just going into this high alert. Oh my God, stop. Come down a notch. And it doesn't mean you don't care. Trust me, as a veteran, I really fucking care. As a veteran, I really care. And I also know I cannot fix it. I am not Congress. I am not the Supreme Court. I am not, Tulsi Gabbard. I'm not Pete Hegseth. I can't change it. And I want you all to think about something. What we need to be really concerned about is the fact that we still have the National Guard on our soil in California. We still have Marines on our soil in California. Got it? That's something we need to be paying attention to. We still have a big barbaric bill that will do severe damage to the people in this country. So it is not that what is happening over there isn't important. It is. It's just in our circle number 3. We can't do anything about it. So we have to focus on our circles 1 and our circles 2. Y'all know that. Stop letting all the breaking news send you into a panic. It gets lots of views. It gets lots of clicks. It gets people all worked up, and it benefits people in no way, shape, or form. It only benefits the people you are clicking on and listening to, who are trying to scare the shit out of you so they get more money in their bank account. Okay? And I don't mean to sound harsh or like I'm fussing at anybody, because I'm not. I understand that we have been conditioned into this breaking news world. But folks, listen, you can't do anything about it. It's so crazy. If we still lived, yes, baby. She will in just a second, okay? Listen, do y'all remember a time where this would be happening, but we wouldn't hear about it until the 6 o'clock news? Do y'all remember that? Can you change anything between right now and 6 o'clock? No. You can't. They've got people thinking that you need to know things as soon as they happen. No, you don't. The news wants you to know things as soon as they happen, so they get your clicks and your views, so they can make more money off of your anxiety, off of your depression, off of your PTSD, off of your trauma, off of your fear. Don't do that. Don't let these people get rich and exploit you. Don't do that. You deserve better than that. Okay? Right. Okay? All right. Nina, I know that you know in your head, right? I don't know what.
iPhone, Dad.
Okay, well, plug it up, sis.
It's not in my hand.
Here, you want this? Here, girl. Right there's the thing.
What?
I just want you all to take a deep breath. Nina, don't punish yourself for being blessed. Don't do that. You are the American dream, and you're not. You don't need to feel guilty for it.
Oh, I needed this today. Thank you, Miss Edith. I appreciate you.
You're welcome, sweetie. I appreciate you too.
And I'm gonna go do some gardening right now.
Good. I love that for you.
Yeah.
If you're in the Discord, post a picture. I want to see your hands dirty. Okay.
I'm gonna get out of bed and go do some gardening.
Love that for you. All right. We'll talk to you soon,
Thank
sis.
you. Thank you, everybody in the chat. I appreciate you all.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. I'm going to go. First of all, if Phantom is in here, usually Phantom has some sort of announcement. If it's not an announcement and you want to chat as well, let me know, Phantom. But let me know if it's an announcement.
Announcement will come later.
Okay, cool. Okay. I got you. Then I'm just going to run up the gamut if you're cool with that. All right. So I'll start with Teacups. What's up?
Hi.
Hey, I want to say thank you for the beautiful post that you posted of the aquarium.
Hi.
Oh, you're welcome.
Those pictures were wonderful, and it's so good because it was a time, because I have been limiting myself on social media since I just haven't that for quite a while, and it was just so refreshing. There's something majestic and spiritual about fish. They just are. But I do have a quick question. It is a little off the topic. I have nobody else to ask about a NICU unit more vast knowledge than you. A close friend of ours, she's 50. She made it to 31 weeks. It was a menopause pregnancy. All of her kids are in college.
Yeah.
She had complications, apparently started throwing pulmonary embolisms. So they had to do an emergency C-section and take out a lot of other things. I don't know what TikTok friendly language is with that because I'm not a female. But the baby was born at 1 pound 10 ounces. It has made it to 3.7. And I send stuff to that hospital for them. Can you receive that? She's home, but the baby's there. And is that not a thing? Shouldn't the mama still be there with the baby? I don't mean to be off topic. There's just nobody more well knowledge than you on NICU, and I'm certainly completely out of my lanes. I don't know what I should do. I want to send something.
Okay, so it is very common, and this is part of the PTSD that parents have when they have babies in the NICU. Is quite often the mothers are discharged and they are home, and the babies are in the NICU, and then mom usually comes in and visits whenever mom can, right? So whether that's mom gets driven there, those sorts of things. So no, it is very common because mom can't do anything depending upon what the issues are with the baby, right? So at 3 pounds 7 ounces, mom probably would be able to hold for a little bit of a feeding, but not much. Other than that, and depending upon how the lungs are and things like that, baby may still be in an incubator. Like there's a lot of unknowns that vary. But to your question, no, mom is going to be at home, and mom is going to visit, and dad is going to visit, and they are going to be relying very, very heavily on neonatal nurse practitioners, neonatologists, and NICU nurses and respiratory therapists to ensure that that little one makes it and is okay. I can tell you that Bella got to come home at 4 pounds 11 ounces. But sometimes they want them until they're at least 5 pounds. It just depends, right? Typically, what they tell you is that what normally happens is babies are in the NICU for the difference. So like Bella was born on August 11th, and her due date was November 11th. So from August to September, October to November, that's when she was due. We brought her home November 13th, right? So 3 months. So if she was 31 weeks, then you figure that she's got probably 5 weeks in the NICU, depending upon what all is going on. Weight isn't the only determining factor. So if you want to send something, send it to their home because that's where mama is. They don't allow a ton of stuff from the outside in the NICU just because, you don't want to contaminate the area and all of that. Like when you go into a NICU, you got to immediately stop and you wash your hands and up to your elbows and you dry everything off and all the things. So things that you can do to help them if they are local to you is absolutely driving mama in to spend time with baby. That's a big help to mama. One of the things that I did was not only when I would go in to see Bella, not only would I come in to see Bella, but I would stop by. And I would bring the staff in the NICU. I would bring them a boxed coffee and a dozen donuts. And I would bring that to them whenever I would visit because they have 12-hour shifts and there's a lot. Yeah, Renee, Bella was born at 26 weeks and she was 1 pound 3 ounces at birth. So yeah. So if there are things that they can't do at home, right? So mama's, had a C-section and those take a long time to heal from, right? So mama's not going to be able to drive. So things that can also help if you can't drive them, gas cards to help with gas to get back and forth is helpful. So gas cards, restaurants having DoorDash, like if you can have meals delivered to the house so they don't have to do that. No, there are no such things as webcams because you have HIPAA violations. NICU babies are not in there by themselves. Typically in a NICU room, you're going to have more than that. And that's all kinds of HIPAA violations. So no, there's no such things as webcams in NICUs. That's not a thing. Okay. Yeah. So, if dad is most likely back to work, and because that's typically a thing. So, you want to think about, having the house cleaned, especially before the baby comes home, helping get the house cleaned and get things sterilized. And those types of things are important. if they've got, so depending upon like what size the baby is when the baby comes home, one of the things that they probably have right now is they don't have clothes that fit. Even when you buy preemie clothing, sometimes they don't have that. You can look for micro preemie clothing. We got Bella some outfits on Amazon. But sometimes, believe it or not, clothes for baby dolls actually fit NICU babies. So you
Wow.
yeah, clothes for baby dolls, because they don't have them. If you go to a regular store, you're not going to find clothes for micro preemies and for preemies, right? And so you can look for those. We got some really cute micro preemie outfits from Amazon, but doll clothes was a thing as well. So clothes for baby dolls is another way to do that. I'm trying to think of like the little bitty things. Yeah, your daughter wore baby doll clothes. Yeah, see, so those are just things. So cleaning the house, mowing the grass, gas cards, restaurant cards, having DoorDash things over there. Even when the baby comes home, they're going to need hand sanitizer. They're going to need, different things like so for example, when Bella came home for 6 months, she still could not just leave the house. Like when we went for doctor's appointments, we had to come to the doctor's office. We had to call them from the parking lot, and then they would let us know that we could come in. We would come in, we would take her straight in, and they would wheel us straight back through the waiting room to her room. She could not be in a waiting room around other people because of the germs and the bacteria and all of those things. So hand sanitizer is going to be a good thing. It's like cleaning things to keep the house sterilized and all of those things. So I don't, like I said, those are just some of the things that I can think of immediately. Gas cards are going to be a big one. I don't know how far they live away from the NICU, but that will be part of it. Things for mom. So there are actually books out there that help parents deal with. So I don't know how many people know this, but parents of NICU children often experience significant PTSD. There are studies out there about it. Dads have a particularly rough time because fathers tend to have delayed bonding with kids until they're born. And in this case, baby's born, but baby is in the NICU for a really long time. So dad's relationship is even a little bit tougher. And the thing that dad has experienced is different than what mom experienced, because dad has almost potentially lost wife and baby. So the trauma can be really, really significant. So think about things like that. So there may be books out there. There may be, things that they can read that help them process kind of where they are and what they're going through, because they're probably just focused on baby right now, right? So all of those things are just really important.
I knew that you would have every item in the world to say. So, but by it gaining weight, that is a good thing for it, right?
Yeah,
right?
we want them growing. Yeah, we want them growing. Yeah, they call them growers. It just, so, at 31 weeks,
I don't know that she's able to go because, like I said, they did the C-section, but apparently she had to have a complete hysterectomy at the same time.
Yeah, so she can.
So I don't know if she's physically able.
How long ago? How long ago?
It's been 2 weeks, and we just found out today.
Yeah, she can probably go. She just cannot drive. She can probably go, but she cannot drive. So
and it's
yeah,
a little girl.
Is it?
Fighting.
Awesome. Yeah. Listen, girls are tough. Girls are tough. So, yeah. So it's all of those things.
To show us with all the crazy that's going on, people still laugh.
Yeah, 100%.
People are still laughing. Things are still going on above what's going on social media and overseas and in DC. People still have to live.
Yeah.
You still have to move through.
Yeah. Life doesn't stop. Life doesn't stop.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I don't know if they have animals.
I appreciate you.
But animals, somebody else had mentioned it. If there are animals, helping to care for animals can help as well. But immediately I think of transportation to get her there. I think of gas cards. I think of coffee and donuts for nurses and doctors.
I can definitely Grubhub them dinner.
Yeah,
because I'm sure they need food.
100%. 100%
So,
they do.
I
Yep.
can do that.
Yep.
I'm gonna let you get to your other guest. I love
Okay.
you as always. I'm glad you were able to get away for a few days.
Yeah.
Even though crazy shit happened while you were away. But
Yeah.
we love you. You can
All right.
drop me down and I will talk to you later. And enjoy the pool later. I heard you mention that earlier.
Yeah, I want to take them out and get them to the, hey, Dr. Emmy, good to see you. Hey, T, Emmy is also another person. If you run into other things, she could probably tell you some things as well. But appreciate you, babe.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Love you.
Chicken.
Lava, chicken. What, girl? What you want? Yeah, I'm almost done. Okay, sis? You're silly. What's up, Roy? Good afternoon. What you got for me? Okay, wait for a second. Roy, are you there? Nope. All right. Let me go to Uka and then Phantom, and then we're going to get back to the news of the day.
Hi, Dani.
Hello.
So, I don't think I've been up here in a minute.
No, it's been a minute.
So, the people in the Discord are going to know this. Since I asked if I could post that specific group of chats, I haven't exactly been in a great place. My meds didn't really work at all over the weekend. I was at like a 9 or a 10 since Friday. I took my emergency meds more than I apparently was supposed to, and they didn't do jack. I took my emergency med again this morning, and I went from a 8 to a 5, so I'm hoping that holds out.
Good.
But it turns out that my emotional state affects me greatly, so I'm trying really hard to be calm and chill,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm hoping I can do that through this. If I can't, I may literally run away. I'm sorry. I have a lot of issues, especially in situations like this, talking, because especially the last few times I've tried this, I always feel like I've said the wrong thing, or what I said was misinterpreted, or I'm just coming off as a word I don't want to say.
Okay.
I have 2 active duty Marine siblings right now, and 1 reservist right now. And not a single one of them seems to care about themselves at all. And one of them is a father of 2. My older nephew is 5, and my younger nephew is 1. And he's talking about doing the Marine trip that they are supposed to take. You know, to last a number of months, and he'll be away from both of them for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And he's discussing going into active duty. And apparently they're now trying to push him into it. On top of what happened earlier in the week and him dumping that on me, and then me reading that again today, on top of a couple of other things that are happening, including a number of my siblings taking advantage of my current situation to gaslight me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying really hard to be. I'm colorblind, so I don't know what color these are, Dani. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm trying really hard to be at the starting to struggle,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm finding myself stuck between needing support, having a hard time.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of my aunt, who I only found out that exact same day I posted that to the Discord, didn't know what was going on with me or my family, which meant that my mother had been lying to me for months about talking to her and updating her on what was going on with me. There isn't anyone left. After I got hurt, I got real not intelligent. And I isolate the crap out of myself and basically shut everything off. And I'm starting to be able to do stuff on my own again. But it's been a lot longer than they originally told me it would be. And I still lost a lot of stuff. And with everything going on, it's making it so much worse.
Mm-hmm. I get that. And so I'm going to share with you kind of the same thing that I shared with Cheryl. Is what I hear is the issues are just collapsing and they're all put together in one whole thing. And whenever we collapse all of these things together, it becomes much more difficult to navigate through them. Right. And so I think, first thing that I would say is your emotional state always has an impact on your physical state. Always. Always, always, whether you feel it or are aware of it or not. That's literally like you hear people talking about disease is really dis-ease. The book, the Body Keeps the Score is a perfect demonstration of that, right? Our emotional traumas, our emotional triggers, and our emotional states, they have an impact on us physically. So the first thing that I would offer you is what are the best ways that you can reset emotionally and kind of mentally. So whether that's meditation, whether that is breathing exercises, whatever that looks like to you, I would engage in that as much as possible. Right, that would be the first thing. Because our Western medication is perfect and available, and we should use it when we need to. We also need to practice the things that are around us. So whether that's music or I'm a scent person too, so I have different things that I will like different candles or different incense or whatever that help calm me, that take me to that state. I would implement as much of that as you possibly can, right? And keep that going. The other thing is understanding that there are the things that you can and cannot do anything about. Don't take ownership of things that are not yours. If they're not yours, they're not yours. Speak your piece and let it be, right? I think sometimes we forget that people have to experience the life that they require to become the people they should be, right? So, a lot of times, like as a parent, you want to protect your kids from A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z, right? The truth is, though, is if you protect them from absolutely everything, how are they ever going to grow? How do they develop into who they are meant for? And I don't know. I don't know what they require in this life to fulfill their purpose. So the only thing that I can do is provide the best guidance I possibly can, right? Share what I need to share. And then I have to let it go because I can only control things and influence things that are in my circles one and circles two. And if it's outside of that, I just have to trust that it will be what it is supposed to be because I can't do anything else other than that, right? So far as your nephew, what can you do about that situation?
Be there for his mom, really. There's not much else I can do.
Right. And have you already shared kind of your perspectives on things?
With both of them, yeah, but he was real quick to shut it down because he didn't see a lot of other options.
Gotcha. And then that's okay. It literally is okay. So sometimes what I will say to folks is, especially if I feel like they've made up their mind about something, right? Is I just want to share something with you, right? And I understand that, Twill, I already know. We're not going to talk about that just yet. So it is, hey, I just want to share something with you. And I understand that you're going to make whatever choices you believe are best for you. And that's okay, right? This is all I want to share with you. just so that you know. And I am here and I am supportive of you always, no matter what you choose to do. And then just let it be that, right? Because that's all you can do. Not so loud, sis. Okay? Girl, it is you. I'm looking at you sing. Silly. I know, Mama Dukes. Folks, listen to me. We are not talking about what is happening, because do you want to know why? There's not a thing in the world that anybody on this live can do about the news.
So to direct it away from that, the people in the comments, I try that stuff when I can. I am incredibly sound sensitive, so I try really hard to make sure that I'm present for Dani and T and the people that I know are going to help me just by being in the space as much as I can. Music has not exactly been my friend lately anymore. I can't seem to find a volume, even with earplugs, that works without causing me some problems. Nature was one of my biggest friends for a long time, but I'm also crazy light sensitive. I had to get a pair of ridiculous glasses that basically make it look like nighttime whenever I'm outside. It helps a lot, but the heat is also turned out to be not my friend either. I had a lot of problem with the heat before I got hurt, but now I don't really like the feeling of having my skull split open. So right now, when we're in this heat wave, I'm in my central air as much as possible. I'm not a fan of it. My dogs aren't a fan of it. Options are limited. Like my neuropsychologist keeps telling me, the breathing techniques and the meditation, I try. I never had a lot of luck with meditation. I was never really a big believer of it. When my first therapist told me to do it, or my second therapist told me to do it, or my third therapist told me to do it, I tried, but I honestly feel that my reluctance is part of the reason why I never got where they said I was supposed to get with it. Breathing helps sometimes, but like this morning, I was trying everything I could think of to get myself to calm down. A wet cloth, holding my breath to try and control my breathing, thinking of the last time I got to go to Watkins Glen, just anything that kept me calm, and it did jack. It did jack all. And I was paying attention to what you said to Cheryl, because I did not realize just how many similarities there are between the two of us. I've never been the person to separate stuff. Before I got hurt, my brain would always run like 900 miles a minute, and I was always trying to do a minimum of 10 things at a time, because I know that being productive is how I validate myself. And this is this is not a place I want to be. I don't know how I'm supposed to separate that stuff when I'm so used to dealing with multiple things at a time. And now that I know I can't do that anymore, I can't adjust. I don't know how to adjust to taking it one thing at a time, especially when the things I could control have also so drastically changed.
Yeah. So what do you think the lesson in it is? What do you think the lesson is? Like, I'm hearing you, and I sometimes like for me, I can tell you that when I had my my surgeries, I had 4 knee surgeries in 5 years, and it changed a lot because I didn't have a lot of empathy, I guess, for folks. I didn't really understand. I just didn't. I'd had a lot of trauma that I'd experienced, and I figured, well, if I can keep going, then you can get your shit together too, right? But for me, I began to really understand that my body is always talking to me, and almost always for my growth, whether it's my physical growth and healing, whether it's my mental growth and healing, whether it's my spiritual growth and healing. It's just about kind of getting aligned with all those things, right? Girl, hold on one second. You are not about to get another thing of Jello. No, ma'am. You already had Jello. You have to pick something different, love. And so I think my concern for where you are is my concern for you is that the place that you are is dangerous for you. Am I right about that?
Not right now, at least not at the moment, but yeah.
Yeah, right. So that means you've got to take some sort of action that gets you more help than I can give you, right? Because that's literally what you need. You need something that is intense, something that allows you to okay, girl, that allows you to create a new life and a new way of being that doesn't make you angry or sad or frustrated, right? Life is different for you. Life is different now. And what we have to do is not judge the life that we have today by the life that we had yesterday or 5 years ago or 10 years ago. Based on what you have right now, what life do you want to create? Hey, I said 1 minute, right? So you know what you have to work with. What type of life can you create that fulfills you with what you have on your plate? Life is going to be different, right? Different doesn't have to mean worse or bad. Different can be a blessing in a lot of different ways, right? But I don't know if you have somebody that you regularly deal with and talk with. Your sister's up.
Making appointments with him has gotten much more difficult since our fearless leader, because when I lost my job, they took my insurance and a lot of different actions against me that have made it much harder than I thought to get new insurance. So I get to see him once a month, and even when his schedule doesn't allow him to let me see him, he doesn't take a lunch or makes a whole, because even though he's supposed to be doing more without an insurance company provided, he's doing what he can to make sure that I'm not in the lurch.
Okay, so maybe it's time for a different provider. And you might
currently working on that, but
so find something
I'm not positive exactly what's going on. I kind of let my significant other take over because the state kind of told her she had to.
Okay.
So I think I have Medicare as of today.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not. I'll ask her when she comes home. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, ask her. My concern is that like you need more than I am qualified to give you, right? And so what I would say is even if, whether it's an online a 988 call that just gets you through until you find out from her whether you because I would look at your hospital. Some hospitals, it depends upon where you live. Some hospitals have mental health 24/7, like some do. Like even your emergency room can be psychological emergency rooms.
I worked in my emergency room. I think I still know the people who work there. I wouldn't do that.
Okay. So I would start with 988 and then go from there and then find out what you have. But what I truly don't think is great for you to do is to keep trying to manage this and balance this on your own. You can't keep balancing it on your own.
That's Fred in the phone.
Okay, I'm coming. Okay. I want you to get into a good place. I really do. And listen, so I don't do like what most people would consider to be quote unquote meditation in a traditional way. Like it's different for me. I have different sounds that I listen to in the background. Like my breathing stuff, my favorite is alternate nostril breathing. There's also tapping and different things, but those are all tools. And for me, I think that you need to get into you have to be in a certain place for your tools, for you to be able to utilize the tools. I'm not sure that you're at that place. And so you need a licensed professional to get you at that place so that you can use tools and discover tools that will work for you. But what I hear is you not being at that place. And on another note, I remember you talking about the heat. The heat is not greatly my friend as well. So one of my favorite times of day/night is either late at night or super early in the morning. I love to go out on my balcony, my patio, and I have those gravity chairs where you can pretty much lay all the way down, right? And I love to be out there under the moon, and just kind of, because it's so warm now. I can be out there. I could pretty much sleep if I wanted to on the balcony, and it's a great place for me to just kind of level set. And check out the stars and all that. I got a heat wave this way too, right? So that's why I said very late at night, or super, super early in the morning. So just, I love summer nights on the balcony. Like I said, I've even slept outside in summer nights on the balcony. So yeah, just different thoughts.
Sorry.
Nothing to apologize for. What time does your significant other get home?
4.
Okay. I see Sonic. Yeah, so that would be my my thing, Uka. Like if I were physically near to you, I would be picking you up to take you somewhere, or finding someone online that can talk to you immediately that's qualified and licensed to support you in the way that you need. Because here's the biggest thing, like with me, I know that I'm a certified coach and all those things, but I am not.
Can you say the C thing on here? Is that a no thing too?
I don't know what C thing would mean.
I thought it was a national thing. Is CPEP not a national thing? Is that what you mean? Is that something in New York and I'm being ridiculous?
What is it?
CPEP?
No, what about? I don't know why I can't. I don't know.
Well, here, my neurologist was talking to my significant other about if things got worse with me, that's where they were going to suggest I go. It's basically one of those hold you overnight kind of places.
Mm-hmm. So that is probably a thing in New York. He's saying CPEP. He's saying CPEP. You're saying CPEP, not CPAP, right?
I could be saying it wrong.
Yeah, you're nope. Comprehensive Psychiatric Emergency Program.
Yep.
CPEP is what you're talking about. CPEP.
Yeah.
And it's a New York thing. But there's other places where they have it. But no, I would say that 100% is, whether it's 48 hours or 72 hours, that would be listen, some people think that has like a stigma attached to it. I don't. I see it as...
My father and my brother have both been in our CPEP along with one of my old coworkers.
Mm-hmm.
For 2 of the 3 of them, it did more harm than good, but one of them is not like me.
Right. And so this is my thing, right? How it works for other people has nothing to do with how it will work for you. And so oftentimes with these types of things, how it works has a lot to do with you. So I would absolutely do that. And that's a good thing. I wouldn't shy away from that at all. You are not those people. It is very helpful for a lot of people. But what I can tell you is that, I know for sure you need more than a coach. You need more than what I can give to you. We can all love you and support you, which we do. We can all want you to be well, and we have limitations as to what we can provide. And so I would 100% say that's a valid option, and go in with it with the idea that this is your opportunity to get everything that you might need to create the type of life that you desire to have. Yeah. And if I were your significant other, that would be the direction that I would be leaning.
she seems to still be against it, and I'm not exactly a fan of it myself.
Gotcha. Well, I don't know why she's against it.
Because there have been a number of days where I'm very disoriented in my own home. She doesn't like the idea of that happening somewhere else.
Right. And there's no way to know if that's something that will occur while you're somewhere else. There's no way to know that. And so what I would say is don't project into the future something that hasn't happened. What we know is that what's working right now isn't working. What you're doing right now isn't working. It's not working. It's not enough. You need something else. And I think the good thing about that type of environment is they have the resources and the ability to bring in people that can assist with your medical side as well as your mental side. So I am more concerned about you being at home and on your own when your significant other is on the way and being in the state that you're in. Okay, girl. Does that make sense, Uka?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm more concerned with you being alone and on your own with things the way they are. Bring me your phone so I can charge it for you. Quit being silly. Blue honey pot, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. You gotta stop, you're hurting my arm. What, honey? You're not falling down, you're being silly.
No, she's literally been picking up most of my slack. Doing that would be a horrible idea.
Say what? Yeah, listen, I think that you and she have to come to an agreement, and I just, yeah, everybody wants you to be safe. It's not slack, babe. Mila, you have to wait just a second. Here, you want this? Mila. Did you put it in your mouth? Chocolate. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I feel like this got away from me again. I don't want to keep using up the time.
What do you think?
I'm still here.
Don't judge it. Don't think it got away from you. It just is what it is. Don't judge what it is. Just let it be what it is.
Yeah, it's not. that every time you said that, I can't do that. Even when I was in art school, everyone said the exact same thing. I've always been my hardest critic. It is. I have a lot of issues with this myself. It makes me think that I failed weak. Like I'm more broken than I thought I was, kind of stuff, which is why I keep telling her and the people who've been asking me, I'm okay, because I'm still getting up. I'm still doing this. I haven't done anything crazy.
That's not the measuring stick, though, by being to being okay.
It was mine.
Yeah, that's not the measuring stick, sweets. Let me just help you out with that. That is not the measuring stick. Right? So, yeah. There's a difference between being persevering, being strong, pushing through, and being okay. You're all of the three. Here's the last one that we got to get you to.
There was this thing I used to say all the time about how I was trying to swing through bullshit, and whenever it got higher to the point where someone thought I was gonna break, I just wham up. I just kept going. It's how I dealt with it. And people would say all this crazy crap like, why haven't you cut them off? Why are you still doing this? Because it's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, well, no, supposed to is a lie. There's no such thing as you're supposed to do something. That's a societal expectation that you get to choose whether or not it applies. You have a say. So, like I told you, what I would strongly recommend is a 988 call, 100%, and I would let them help navigate your care, whether that's CPAP or whatever it is, and I would make that happen.
But what if that means I end up losing even more control?
You don't have control now. Control's an illusion. If you had control right now, you wouldn't be where you are. Right? If you had control, hon, you would not be where you are.
Aren't you?
Huh?
My youngest puppy is doing everything she can to prove she's the mostest.
Oh, well, you know. So that's what I would say, love. Is let a 988 call be your friend, and then allow yourself to receive the help that you need. Nothing wrong with it. It's actually the bravest thing you can possibly do. Mila.
What, honey?
Yeah, DCJ, right now, he doesn't need just a support group. I'm so serious when I say that what you need is more than just regular people can provide. $988 is absolutely your best option, and then let them help navigate you. Because if you come in through those services, through that line,
Okay, shh.
then they can help navigate that care and get you connected to the right places in the right way.
Is it still 988 here?
It
I
is.
remember when I called, the number was different.
No, it's 988. Yeah. Girl, stop that. Are you laughing? There. Yeah, it's 988.
All right, I'm gonna pull step off or whatever the
I got
thing
you.
is.
I got you. Let me know. Let us know. Okay. We love you much. Okie doke. Phantom, I can hear you. I need to put Mila's noodles on because y'all know it's noodle time in my world. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take down that other thing so that people don't think that we're still gonna do it. But Phantom, I got you. I can hear you, as you know.
It's commercial time, level set time.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
I do hope that the words and the wisdom and the knowledge that Dani is giving y'all is coming through and y'all are receiving everything that she's saying. You might be going through a similar situation as Okamaru, or worse, who knows, but I do hope that what she has been saying has been registering with you to help you on your journey to wherever you need to get your mental state for whatever reason that you have for yourself. And once again, please tap the screen. Let's get Dani to 500K. We're almost there. Make sure you send your daily heart means and do your points at the top to get your level up onto this live. Do your popular votes as well. Yeah, popular votes as well. And if you are a subscriber on TikTok, which means next to your name you have a star and a Dani in a box. If you were gifted a subscription or you've been paying for your subscription and you are not part of Dani's Discord, make sure you make a Discord account. And then at the bottom of your screen, hit the star on the bottom left, tap on Discord, and it will get you into the subscriber side of Discord. So that way you can view everything that the subscribers view on her Discords as far as movie nights, special events, the subscriber chat. You know, there's a multitude of things in there that, you know, have helpful tools, information, so forth and so on. And don't forget about the 8-minute chat that's in there as well. So if you are feeling bad and Dani's not live, and you need 8 minutes, please go in there and say at everyone or at a specific person that you want to talk to and say, I need 8 minutes. And somebody will reach out to you. Make sure you add everyone so we can respond quickly. Make sure you share the live as well. We have 225 shares. Let's get that up to, 350 shares if possible. There is 262 people in this room. We do appreciate every last one of y'all for being in here. For those of you on YouTube and Facebook, if you want to subscribe to Dani, on her link tree, there's a robot in the top at the top of the page, game controller. Tap on that, join her Discord, and in the verification process, you will see links to subscribe to Dani directly through PayPal. And make sure you fill out both links. The second link is to tie your subscription to Dani to your Discord so we can get you in the proper channels that you have paid for. And those of you that want to subscribe to Dani directly on TikTok, it's the same thing in her link tree. Utilize her link tree. There's a whole bunch of resources in there for everything that we have been talking about over the past several months. It's the forest of trees. The link trees. The link tree forest is what people call. We do appreciate y'all for being here and listening in and taking advantage of everything that Dani has to offer you. For come in 1 second. No problem. You getting her noodles. So I do as well have one niece, my oldest niece, and 2 of my nephews are in the military as well. My niece is in the Marines. A nephew in the Army, and my other nephew is just joined the Marines like in the past couple of weeks. So my prayers is out to them to be coming home safe and all that stuff. There's nothing I can do with it. It's out of my control. I can just pray for them. And she fixed some noodles too. You want some noodles? Everybody wants noodles in the comments, Dani.
I know, but that's why you were looking for some more, because you left that in there.
My laugh is contagious. People say that. I don't know.
Oh, all right. All right. Thank you, Phantom. Appreciate you.
You are welcome.
All right. Did you only have an announcement, or did you want to talk as well, my love?
I said my piece about my niece and nephews in the military as well. Like one of my nephews just joined like in the past couple of weeks.
It is pain.
He joined the Marines, and my other niece and nephew is in the Army and the Marines. So
there's a lot.
Yeah.
Yep, that is a lot. Yeah, we need a Moodle sticker. I did add some new stickers in there. If you are subscribers, then you see that there are new stickers. There's a carve sticker. There is a circle sticker, I think. So I've been trying to kind of up those up a little bit. So yeah, so definitely listen, folks, there is nothing that we can do about what's happening now, except for whatever it is that you do, whether you pray, whether you whether you send good energy, whether you meditate, whether you whatever it is that you do, that's about all that you can do in this moment in time with everything that is happening, right? So I will tell you that, one of the things that I have concerns about is, you want me to drop you, Phantom?
Oh, just one last thing. Don't forget to listen to Dani's podcast. She has released several podcasts in the past couple of days, so make sure you go listen to those. She do needs those listens to help her get up in the podcast world.
Yep.
So, it's on Discord. If you don't have access to any of her podcasts or can't find it, it's always on Discord in the Dani's podcast channel. So that's the quickest way to find it.
Thank you, Phantom. Love you much. Always taking care of me.
Take care.
Thank you. All right. So things that are reasonable for us to know about and be concerned about, right, is, so yes, Iran did retaliate today. And yes, we knew that was coming. Yes, we knew it was going to be on our bases in the Middle East. And so that's nothing that we did not know already. Okay. Things that I think that people, military officials, U.S. military officials are saying that, that there's no U.S. casualties at this point. It was done by short range and medium range, right, from Iran. They're monitoring it, and that's about all. I will tell you this. So the one thing that has me concerned is Qatar's response. So Qatar has said that they reserve the right to respond in line with international law, even though Iran released a statement saying that this had nothing to do with Qatar. They didn't do anything to Qatar. It just went over Qatar. And Iran said, what? They're cooking. Give me a second. And so we'll just see what happens. It makes me wonder about this, $400 million jet with Qatar and Trump when he visited, and if that was in preparation for where we are right now. I don't know, right? But there's nothing wrong with being informed, okay? What I want you all to do is to remember, please remember that Yes. And so this is my thing. Iran actually said that they referred to Qatar as their brother. They referred to Qatar as, an ally, that they weren't, it didn't have anything to do with them. And because they didn't, whatever. So anyway, who knows what's going to happen? I don't know. But yes, they are traditionally friendly. And Qatar put out a statement, saying that they reserve the right to respond in accordance with international law. And even though Iran said, hey, this has nothing to do with you, you're, it doesn't mean anything. So here's the thing. I don't even look at Trump's response because he's just so full of shit. What we know is whatever he says, girl, I don't know. I asked you to bring your phone to me. It was over there. Look at it and see if you put it in the blanket. I don't believe anything that he says, right? He said that he was reserving, 2 weeks before he was going to determine anything. And literally less than 2 days later, he did something. So, I don't trust the president of the United States to tell the American people the truth about anything, period. Let me just tell you this thing. So flares were seen over Qatar's capital as missile defense systems of the U.S. air base were seen launching into the sky. Multiple loud explosions were also heard, right? The Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps confirmed that it did launch a missile attack on that. So the reason Qatar is pissed is because this military base is in their country, right? And so Qatar said, listen, if you do anything else with this military base that's in our country, we have the right to retaliate, blah, 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 blah. The Iranian Supreme National Security Council said the strike was away from residential areas in Qatar and that it, quote, does not pose any threat to the friendly and to our friendly and brotherly country, period. Right? So that's it. So that's kind of where things are. Nothing you can do about that. So what do I advise? I advise to send your prayers, your thoughts, your good wishes, your good vibes, your energy, your healing, whatever it is that you do. I would suggest doing that. And then I would suggest focusing on the fact that we have Marines in California on the ground on U.S. soil, to focus on the fact that we have a president that appears to have done something that does not meet the requirements for the war powers, whatever it is, that, and then this big barbaric bill and what's happening with that. So those are the things that I recommend 100%. And so on that note, what I would like to do is share some good news with everyone, if I can do that. Okay. So, how many of you all are aware that the Senate parliamentarian ruled that the GOP cannot include the provision to limit the federal court's powers in this budget reconciliation bill because it violates the Byrd Act? So that little provision, that's there. So that's not a thing. Okay. Now the Senate could overrule her, but that would be very, very, very controversial and it would be horrible. Right. So she said, no, you can't include it in that. Right. Also, hold on one second. Let me check these Moodles, y'all. Give me 1 second. There's a couple of other financial things that were included in this bill that we're going to talk about as well. Yeah. So in this budget reconciliation bill, we had a number of things that the Republican Party attempted to include that violated the mechanism of the Budget Reconciliation Act. So the only way that you can include things in the budget reconciliation is if they are specifically related to the budget. They cannot have a subsequent impact on the budget. It has to be a direct budget item. Anything else that it doesn't do can't be in there. And so if you look in my link tree, we had an email template that I outlined about that, where I mentioned the Bird Act, both in section 70302. Okay, give me 1 second. And another section, right? Mila, please give me a second. And so apparently, right, enough people have complained that these things fell outside of the scope of the reconciliation process, that the Senate parliamentarian has been going through these things and looking at them to say, okay, well, this can stay in, this can't stay in, this can stay in, this can't stay in, okay? So let me tell you some of the other things that have been cut out of the bill, right? So, okay, so this is a single subject bill. It's a budget reconciliation though. So the budget always contains different items in it. Like when we do a budget, we do the budget for the entire government, not for one avenue of the government, right? So the budget is all of our agencies, all of our programs, all of our things, okay? The thing is if they were going to introduce a new budget bill, period, it would require a 60 vote from the Senate in order to pass it. When you use a mechanism called the budget reconciliation, then all you need is a simple majority. Mila, girl, please. Here. This girl can see a gnat, and it is, Tutu, there's a bug. Okay, girl, it's summertime. You gonna see them jokers everywhere we go. We be outside and she run from a fly. I don't know what to tell you, sis. All right, so let me give you a couple of other things. So the repeal of the EPA's fuel emission standards also got cut from this bill because of the bird rule. So yes, honey. No, they're gone.
No, I touched something. I saw bugs flying.
You saw a gnat?
Mm-hmm.
Just go like this. It'll go away.
No, it's so away from me.
It went away from you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well then just eat your noodles. So the Senate parliamentarian, you got to give me 1 second, please. Yes, y'all. This is about a gnat. This is about a gnat. So
Again.
what?
Again.
Where?
I'm flying.
It flew where?
I'm flying. Honey.
Okay. Well, that's okay. Just go like this. It'll go away.
Okay.
Next time you see it, go like this. It'll go away. Okay. Okay. So, the Senate parliamentarian has been hearing arguments over whether certain provisions can stay in the one barbaric act. That's what I call it. And the first set of decisions preserve several things. The ruling means that the only way these provisions would ever be able to return in the bill is there either has to be a 60 vote waiver of the bird rule, or whether the chair of the Senate chose to ignore the parliamentarian and allow the measures to stay in place. Senate Majority Leader John Thune has said that's not happening. So we'll get to see if that remains to be true. So this decision preserved the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Did y'all hear me? This decision preserves the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The Senate Banking Committee was trying to get rid of the CFPB, and they were going to reduce the cap for funds that the Federal Reserve can transfer to the agency down to 0%, which would be a full defunding, right? But the parliamentarian ruled that this did not have a primary budgetary purpose, but that it was a policy move by Republicans to get rid of a disfavored agency. So that's not allowed in budget reconciliation. That same ruling was made for trying to zero out the budget of the Office of Financial Research. So the Office of Financial Research is funded through an assessment on large banks. So under that bill, that assessment money would get swept into a general fund. And the parliamentarian, again, saw that as a policy maneuver to get rid of the Office of Financial Research, which is a critical agency for market operations, and also for overseeing the stability of the financial system. The Banking Committee also tried to eliminate the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, which was inaugurated after Enron, if you all remember Enron, and other disasters, to provide oversight of accounting firms and folded into the SEC Commission. That is also policy. So it was struck down as well. Okay. So Congress can, of course, move to destroy the agencies, but only through regular order. They cannot use the budget reconciliation in order to get around the filibuster. So those measures are also out of the bill. Okay. A couple of other provisions were struck. The Banking Committee attempted to reduce the pay of Federal Reserve staff to cut $1.4 billion from it. And the Environment and Public Works Committee added a provision that appeared to repeal longstanding emissions standards for vehicles starting in 2027. That was also eliminated. And the Armed Services Committee had a trigger that would reduce appropriations to the Department of Defense if they were late in submitting their spending plans. All of these are gone. All of them are gone. Happy? Feeling a little better? I hope so. Okay, so let me see. Also, the Senate parliamentarian also ruled against language in the bill. Yep, living with allows. Give me 1 second. There was language in the bill that would increase the federal employees' retirement systems contribution rate for new civil servants if they don't agree to become at-will employees. Listen to this. There was language in this bill that would have increased federal employee retirement systems contribution rate for new civil servants if they don't agree to be at-will employees. That has also been struck from the bill. I don't know, Dojo, but I love that. Okay. And listen at this. Listen at this. The parliamentarian also ruled against a section of the bill that would allow the executive branch to reorganize federal government agencies or eliminate them entirely without congressional oversight. At-will employees mean they wouldn't have union representation. So federal employees have union representation, and they wanted to raise their retirement rate if new federal employees didn't agree to be at-will employees. So, yep, these are big wins, people. See, that's why I put this right here. I know we spent a lot of time on mental health check-in, but we're right here right now. Yeah, so Ms. Schema, this would prevent Schedule F from taking place without congressional oversight. They ruled that these provisions violate the Byrd Rule and are not eligible to pass the Senate without a simple majority vote. So it either is going to take a 60 member vote, or they can't get in. Okay. Give me one other second. Okay, so the parliamentarian also said, no, Linda, they're still going through. They're still going through this bill. The parliamentarian additionally rejected a provision granting authority to agencies to unilaterally rescind funds appropriated by Congress by establishing an incentive program for federal employees to identify unnecessary expenditures and transfer savings back to the Treasury Department. She ruled against language in the bill mandating the sale of all USPS electric vehicles and charging infrastructure. So all of those are things that she ruled against as well. The last thing that I was talking about before is, let me go to the last one. So, which one? Who asked me? Her name is Elizabeth. Oh my God, what is her name? Elizabeth. Hold on. Elizabeth McDonough. That's her name. Yeah, there's going to be a pending decision for the AI. What I would bet is that it's not going to happen. I would imagine that the public lands and the AI will also be cut out. Because of the way that she is operating. She's doing her job appropriately, right? So the biggest win that I saw, like they're all huge wins, but this one I was super excited about was the fact that she ruled that them trying to keep the federal courts from being able to use their power to find the administration in contempt. And she said, nope, that's not staying in. Yep. So it's out. So when people say, what are Democrats doing? This is what Democrats are doing. Democrats are holding hearings with the Senate parliamentarian, and they are taking each of these measures before her. She is hearing the arguments, and then she is making decisions to cut these things out. So when people think that Democrat congresspersons are not working right now, they are. And these are seriously big wins. So I wanted to make sure that we took the time to address these, to celebrate the wins, because these are big. We need our federal court system to continue to uphold the power of law, to up the rule of law, and to maintain checks and balances in this country, especially between now and the next, 16 months, right? It is critical that our federal courts retain their power. So these are really big wins. Hey, Rosalind, if you don't know that, these are huge wins. And I really do wish that everyone was talking about them more. So if I wanted to engage in a little bit of theorizing about things, one might think that the reason this stuff with Iran escalated when it did was to draw attention away from Marines being on U.S. soil, the National Guard being on U.S. soil, from the Epstein files, and from this big barbaric bill where Republicans are getting their ass handed to them. One might think that maybe they are trying to keep people from understanding the wins that are actually happening in this country, because they're big and they are great. So what I'm going to try to do is do a video where I talk about these specific wins and get it put up on my TikTok at some point today. Okay. Y'all give me grace. I've got a lot of catching up to do, and I'm doing my best, but I needed my break on Sunday. I needed my cup to be refilled. and so that I can come back and get things going. Okay. But I do want to do a video on the wins. Okay. And then you guys can share it out and let everybody know. All right. So highlights again, just so everybody knows, right? The piece of the bill that wanted to block the, yeah, Michelle, we've already talked about that. I'm not live on IG. Thanks, Louds. I appreciate you. I'm not live on IG. I'm on there, but I'm almost never there. Yeah, the moment I said it, yeah, Dojo, it's just what I think, you know. So let me say this to you guys. So their move to try to limit the power of the federal courts to enforce their injunctions has been blocked from the bill, which is huge. Their move to get rid of the Consumer Financial Bureau, Protection Bureau, they've also lost at that. They lost about, it was emissions. That was somebody wanted me to talk about. So hold on. Come on, work with me, please. All right. So other things. So no, Medicare's not in the bill, Lisa. Medicaid is in the bill, but Medicare is not. What, honey? You want some what, baby? Okay. You want it? You want the gnat to go outside? Okay. Give me a minute, and Tutu will try to get the gnat to go outside. Okay. So let me give you just really quickly. I'll go over them a couple of things again. I'll go over these things. Yeah. Okay, girl. I see. Okay, so let me give you the other ones. The Senate Banking Committee, right, was going to zero out the funding for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which would defund it. That was removed from the bill. Okay, Mila. The other thing that was removed, the Office of Financial Research, which is the office that where they assess large banks, right? They would have basically defunded that organization as well. She ruled it was a policy move by Republicans and not a budgetary move, so that was removed as well. The Banking Committee also tried to eliminate the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board. This was put in after Enron, and so they were going to fold it into the SEC. She said, no, that's also policy, so that has to come out. And so they struck down, the Banking Committee was going to reduce the pay of Federal Reserve staff in order to cut $1.4 billion. And the Environment and Public Works Committee added a provision that would repeal long-standing emission standards for vehicles starting in 2027. That was also eliminated, right? The bill is not passed. These are things that are being struck from the bill, okay? And the Armed Services Committee also had a trigger in it that would reduce appropriations to the Department of Defense if they were late in submitting their spending plans. All of those are gone as well. So they continue to look at the bill and eliminate things that violate the Byrd rule. So these are huge wins for the public, and they are big, right? They are really, really big. And so I'm excited about this. So what's happening now is members of Congress that are Democrats, they are taking each of these issues that are in this big barbaric bill. They are arguing these issues in front of the Senate parliamentarian, and then she is deciding what to strike down based on the Byrd rule. And right now she is doing her job according to the Byrd rule. And there's a reason it's enshrined in law. And she is adhering to the law. So that's amazing and great and incredible. There was a provision. Her name is Elizabeth McDonough. There was also a provision. Mila, stop. That gnat is not bothering you. Okay, if you don't, then sit over there. Seriously. It's a gnat, for goodness sake. If you blow on it, it will go away. There was also, they were going to increase the contribution rate for employees' retirement systems for federal employees if for new civil servants, if they didn't agree to become at-will employees and forego their union protection. She struck that down as well. And she also struck down their ability to reorganize federal government agencies or eliminate them without congressional oversight. That was also in the bill. She also struck that down. So Elizabeth McDonough is the hero of the people right now, and we love her. Thanks, Sandy, for doing her job. Reggie, it's not bipartisanship if we're being honest. It's the Senate parliamentarian sticking to the rule of law, right? The GOP isn't withdrawing these things. The GOP isn't asking for them to be withdrawn. Democrats are going before the Senate parliamentarian and arguing based on the law, and she is sticking to her guns and ruling according to law. That's not bipartisanship. That's her doing her damn job. You know good and well it's not bipartisanship, so don't say that. You know good and well it's not. It is one Republican person, the Senate parliamentarian doing their damn job according to law. That's what it is. And because if Congress was truly doing anything that was bipartisan, these things would have never been in the bill to start with. I'm not arguing just to argue. I'm just telling the truth. It's not bipartisan. So what I'm not going to do is give the GOP credit for some shit they didn't do. I just said parliamentarian, Dahlia. We do have a Senate parliamentarian. Yes, we do. 100% we do. So, Dahlia, you don't know that we have a parliamentarian? If you don't, I would highly recommend finding out how Congress works. Or just Google Elizabeth McDonough. She is the current Senate parliamentarian. Our parliamentarian has a significant role in our Congress.
Not follow me.
Fuck Judo, I don't know.
You're not following me.
Yeah, it's not going to follow you.
I am. I'll show him. Follow me. I'll turn it.
Okay, it's okay. They do have a role. They are literally determining what can be in the bill. Do you not understand that this is what works? Have you ever been involved in writing a bill? Because I have. So here's what happens when, okay, well, you can be lost. And my name is not my dear. My name is Dani. I'm not dear and I'm not your dear. My name is Dani. And I'm not lost. You apparently want to be aggressively ignorant as to facts. And that's fine if that's what you love to do. But, okay, well, you are blocked. How about that? I'm dear and you're blocked. Boom. There you go. That's how that shit works. Did you see that? That's in real time. I'll be dear and you be blocked. How about that?
I love you too.
I love you too, Mila. Good Lord. I can't. Aggressive ignorance is just horrible.
Take it.
Oh, B. Yes, babe.
Eating her food.
Titan's. Yeah, Titan's eating his food. Cool. We love that for Titan, don't we? We love that for Titan.
Titan eating.
Oh, thanks, Sandy. Appreciate you. Hey, Reggie. Good afternoon. What you got?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm
I
good.
just wanted to do a mental health check. I know a lot of people are on edge because of the Iran situation.
I mean, we already finished it. We did our mental health piece, probably for about 2.5 hours, and we just wrapped up.
Okay.
I mean, if you've got something that you want to share or discuss, in your mental health space, we can do that.
Good job.
I feel good. I think things are starting to roll a little bit more smoothly. I know it was a little rough at first, but I think the administration is getting to the point with Congress and to the judiciary where everyone understands what's expected, and we see how things are going to roll. So I think it's kind of starting to smooth out.
Okay, great. Anything else? You're welcome. Thanks, Darcy. Is there anything else that you need that, in terms of mental health wise that you need help with?
No, that's it. I just think I'm glad it's starting to smooth over.
Okay, great. Okay. Well, I appreciate you for joining.
Appreciate you as well.
Yep. Have a good day. So, I actually agree with Reggie. I think that things are starting to smooth over. I think that the Senate parliamentarian is demonstrating quite effectively that Congress cannot be utilized for policy change in ways that are not legal. So I do think that that things are smoothing over. I think our federal courts are for the most part, the majority of the time, demonstrating that they are going to stick to law. I think the federal courts saying in their rulings and in their orders that the president's actions are always reviewable, and there's nothing that the president does that can't be reviewed. I think that's also working out quite well. I think the administration is starting to really understand that, while they're going to attempt to implement as many things as they can from Project 2025 and from the things that the Heritage Foundation is putting out, I think that the federal court system and the Senate parliamentarian are helping us with our checks and balances, and demonstrating that that this is the United States of America. We are a democratic constitutional republic, and we are going to ensure that the Constitution keeps the people that were elected democratically in check, and protect the the existence of the republic. Thanks, Sandy. No, baby, where did you put it? Is it in the blanket over there?
No.
So yeah, I agree.
No.
How about that? I bet you Reggie wasn't expecting me to agree with him today, but I do.
Not to.
Yep, I agree. Things are smoothing right out, especially with these wins.
Not.
Okay, I'll help you. Dom, are you up? Can you help Mila look in that blanket for her phone? Yeah, right. It's the power of the people, right? I love that. Huh? Yeah, I don't know if it's in the one that's on the floor or where it might have fallen to. So yeah, I think that it's amazing, that these things are happening, and things are starting to come together. So yeah, you're welcome, Cheryl. Absolutely. So the last thing, yeah, so let me tell you, we went a little out of order. I intended to do the mental health check-in first, but we ended up with Troy first thing this morning, whose, I guess, name was Troy, but his box said Devin. And we discussed Democratic positions and propaganda that he thought existed. And we kind of had a great conversation with him, right? Where we talked about the differences between prejudice and bigotry and racism. And we talked about, not being able to tell someone what they are or what they aren't experiencing, right? He was disabled. So we had a great conversation about what that looks like, right? And then being able to, do an extensive Monday mental health check-in for everybody. I think you forgot that was still today. Yeah, girl, that's where we started this morning. That is where we started this morning. How about that? Pretty crazy, right? We've been on here for a while, but we've got a lot accomplished. We talked and we discussed a lot of different things, right? And I think that, oh, thanks, Nawanda. I appreciate that. So remember that if you missed the live on TikTok, you're able to watch it on Facebook. You're able to watch it on YouTube because I was live in all three places today. things that I want to just kind of give to you, right? Yeah, I mean, hold on. Yes, baby. Okay, I'll find it in just a second. Yeah, so here's the thing. I mean, Reggie and I, you and I, we don't, um, we don't always agree. We usually don't agree, right? We usually don't agree. And I think the reason that we don't usually agree is because, you know, I mean, you like to say things from the way, like, just from your opinion. And I prefer to talk about like actual facts and very concrete things and how they work, right? I'm glad you appreciate me. And so no, we don't usually agree. Um, and at the same time, people can have discourse. People can have discourse and disagreements. I think the thing that's different for me when people say we can agree to disagree, or that's from your perspective, it's not true, because to me, you can't disagree with facts. You can choose not to accept facts. You can choose to ignore facts, but it doesn't negate the facts, right? Um, and so that's your choice, but facts are facts. We don't have alternative facts. We don't have whatever. Facts are just what they are. And so people can think whatever they want to think, and that's fine. I think what people have to understand is I am not arguing with aggressive ignorance anymore. If people want to have real conversations, if people want to have conversations like Sherry and I did the other day, where they start out very passionate and on opposite sides of the spectrum, but those people are actually open to hear facts and reason and get to a place of understanding, even if you don't get all the way to agreement. I'm open for those every day, all day, right? I'm just not willing for the rest of those things. Titan, are you crazy? He normally just jumps on the stool, but I guess he was running a little far. So when he was running fast, he hit the stool, but then also ended up with a paw on my kitchen counter. We don't do that here. We don't do animals around the kitchen stuff. We don't do that. I'm going to need you to get your ass down, son. And he took off as soon as I said it. What you doing, boy? Yeah. So very quickly, Boxer Mom, you said you had a question for me. Mila, I heard you. Leave him alone. Yes, Sandy, I got you. Boxer Mom, you had a question?
I do. Dani, thank you for having me today. I appreciate it.
Sure.
And for what you've been doing and doing. I'm trying to. Sometimes I have peace with it, and then other times I get in my head about it again. My dad, I think I've told you before, he had cancer from Agent Orange.
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow, we laid him to rest,
Mm-hmm.
and Dani, it just goes all over me, and I go through these ups and downs with it because they did full, military honors.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they fold the flag and hand it to my mom, it states from the President of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
That's a gut punch. My dad's only hated one person in his life, and it's him.
Well, I think that there's a difference. It's not from Donald Trump. It's from the office of the president. It's from the presidential office. It's from the institution of the commander in chief. It's not from an individual person. So I want people to understand something, that when we talk about the president of the United States, we are talking about an office. It's the presidency. It is not a particular individual person, because presidents don't stay this. They're not the same, right? We don't have one president forever and ever. So, hey, Josky. So it's not from Donald Trump at all.
Trying out the edge of today. That helped me. Thank you. Because he's everything my dad was against. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
And just having to, you know, knowing that, you know, he left this world, knowing what's going on. And that is also something I'm really struggling with. But I will get through that. And someone also told me that you can write to another president and they can send you a flag and honor the person.
Yeah. Yeah, you can. You can ask for other presidents to sign certificates.
Okay, yeah. And his favorite was Obama, so I think we're gonna do that. You know what I mean? And I think you really have me so thank you, Dani, because
yeah, you're welcome.
I get wrapped up in that, and it just eats at me.
Yeah, but here's the thing. So like this is the stuff that's important, okay? Is I'm going to tell you what we tend to do as people. How many times have you heard this? How many times have you heard that someone, so for example, what? What's not?
I'm not walking behind my ex.
What? What's not working?
Not walking.
Okay. All right. So check this out. When someone passes, let's just say that it's a 17-year-old.
Yeah.
What people do is they will say things like, I'm never going to see this person graduate. I'm never going to see this person get married. I'm never going to see this person have grandchildren. I'm never going to see da 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 da. And what that does is it just compounds the trauma, right? But here's the reality. You who says they're going to get married? Mila, then plug it up, right? We tend to okay, then plug it up, sis. We tend to focus on the things that exacerbate our trauma. When the reality is you don't need anything else to add to the trauma of losing your dad. You don't need to make it any worse than that. That's enough all in itself, right? So, you know, whether he unalived during an Obama administration and things were great, and whether he unalived under the Trump administration like it is now, stop please, doesn't change anything. It doesn't make his passing any worse for him, and it doesn't make it any better for you. It doesn't matter when it occurred. When it occurs, it's enough all on its own, right? So don't add anything to it. Don't add extra onto your grief.
That's a great way of looking at it, because sometimes I wrap my head around it. I'm like, okay, we can write to a ball. Right, that made me feel better. But then I just get, like you said, you know, with everything going on.
It wouldn't, sweetie, listen to me. It would not have mattered if Barack Obama was in office and we had universal health care and public education was properly funded. You would still be grieving the loss of your father. If the world was spitting rainbows and fucking unicorns were jumping over, you know, through the sky, you would still be grieving the loss of your daddy. Don't add to it. Don't add to it.
That's a great way of looking at it, because I'm going to let my mom and my sister
It's not.
my niece and
Mila,
nephew,
you're fine.
you know,
Yeah.
looking at it from that angle. And I will say, Dani, was
Please stop now.
Whenever we knew he was going on hospice, I said, I went directly, you know, I was with him at the appointment, then I went and packed. And anyway, I walked in and I told him, I said, Dad, look who's moving back in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and he got a kick out of that. And so, and we tried to give him as much dignity as we possibly could, Dani. But so we tried to keep it whenever we had to do bathroom stuff between my sister and I and my mom. And it was the greatest honor of my life, to be quite honest.
Yeah. I mean, you know, and this is what I'm saying. grief is a it is not a one-way path. Like grief doesn't just go from north to south or south to north or east to west. Grief goes up and down and around in circles and front and backwards, and it's like the craziest roller coaster you've ever been on, right? But the key is to become so rooted and so grounded that even in the midst of this chaotic ride, you're just kind of like this the whole time.
Yeah.
Right? And so that's the thing. And so don't judge where you are in your grief. Don't judge it. Don't judge it, because it will come and go, and it will do that forever, and it will look different, at different times and in different ways. Right? But the key is to not add on to the grief. So let me tell you, human beings, I don't know what the hell is wrong with us as human beings. But what happens when we go through a breakup? What do? We go listen, I'm going to talk because I'm not a dude, so I don't know what y'all do. But us, right? People like me, typically we will go get his t-shirt that has his cologne on it, and we'll sleep in it, and we'll play our playlist or our favorite song while we eat our Ben and Jerry's and watch the first movie we saw together and all the shit, and makes it worse. Why? I ain't doing that. Right. Listen, I'm not doing that. Listen, your t-shirt is going out with the trash or in a box that goes back to you, right? I'm not doing that. Right? Why do we as human beings always look for ways to make ourselves hurt worse?
That's an excellent question.
Yeah, so stop doing that.
I don't think of it, but that's an excellent question.
Stop doing that.
Right.
Yeah, stop doing that.
And I know my dad wouldn't. He taught, he taught us everything, and I know that he would want me to be stuck on that.
Yeah, absolutely not. And so, yeah, we are drama queens, Lisa. Imagine that, right? Imagine that. Do you know what's not happening? So I just want y'all to think about this. Nobody has been running into this live going, holy shit, the Senate parliamentarian is getting a bunch of nasty stuff out of the bill. Woohoo! But how many people have run in here and said Iran attacked a U.S. Air Force base, a U.S. air base? A shit ton.
Yeah.
We do it with reviews. Listen, you eat a really great meal at a restaurant, you might remember to tell 2 people. Eat a bad meal, you will tell everybody you damn know.
Yeah.
So like the key is to be mindful about what we are focusing on. Be mindful. So I will tell you, I was watching something the other day, and let me tell y'all what it was. Hold on. Okay, so let me just tell y'all something. I was watching something, and I saw something that they do in New Orleans called a second line. Do y'all know what a second line is? Who's from New Orleans? Who knows what a second line is? Because I didn't know anything about a second line until I saw this in New Orleans. And they do it for lots of different reasons. And they do it a lot for funerals, but they do it for other things too. And it is a jazz funeral without a body. Like it is, you literally go and you will see people dancing in the street, and there's like drums, and there are people that are dancing and celebrating. It is this, you're from New Orleans, Marty Lou, right? So when I saw the roots are in African-based traditions and community celebrations. And so I think that we have done this thing where we believe that if someone passes, it's supposed to look sad and horrible and whatever, right? the truth of the matter is, when someone passes, like for me, how old was your dad, Boxer Mom?
77.
77. You love a second line, Rashida? So let me just tell you something. My dad passed, as y'all know, when I was 6 months old. I am so glad my dad is not here to see things. I am so glad that he is not here to see that my daughters and my granddaughters have less rights than I do when I was born. I can be grateful, not that I don't know him and that I don't get to spend time with him, but I can be grateful for him because he doesn't have to be here to witness this, right?
Yeah.
And so we have to find the places to celebrate and to have gratitude, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I am telling you, when I saw second line, I was like, oh, because I have often said, my daughters know this. I don't want some sad ass when I'm gone. I don't want that. Number one, I want to be cremated. Give me back to the earth. And my daughters, so this is really what I have told my daughters. They can keep whatever part they want in a piece of jewelry, right? But then I want them to take my ashes. And so part of my ashes have to be done from a mountaintop where they are represented by the air element. I want them to burn some of them. I want to put some in water, right? So like I have, and then I want some to be planted with a tree. Those are my 4 elements, right? And then whatever they do with the rest, I don't care because it ain't me no more anyway, right?
Yeah.
And so no, I would much rather you give me life in the form of a tree and come read books under me and come have picnics under me and come have tea parties and all of those things. Come listen, all of those things, right? I want us to understand that when people pass us, when people pass, it's understand, right? Hug me, right? Which when we understand that it is something to celebrate, that means they have fulfilled their purpose on this earth, whatever it was, and we don't know what it is, right? Yeah. So,
yeah, excuse me. Excuse me. We definitely wanted to. It was a celebration of his life.
Yeah.
And we made it, and we really, really made it that way. And he is. There's not enough words in the world that would truly be able to describe that every pore of his being, every ounce was family. And I was telling my sister and I and our husbands and stuff, we have so many stories, and what a blessing it is that we have so many that it would take 1 trillion years for us to sit there and tell everybody. And that is a blessing that we carry forward. So we are very, very fortunate with that,
Yeah. Don't compound your grief. Find the places where you can find joy and gratitude, right? Because that's what he would want. Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, listen, I have told people all the time, have a second line in every state, in every city, anywhere that I have had an impact, go have a second line. Celebrate the hell out of life, because we have all done that means I have completed my assignment, whatever it was. Right? Yeah. So I'm just saying, yeah. But yes, sissy, just let that go that it was from Trump. It wasn't from him. He didn't have shit to do with it.
I knew you would help because you're a veteran, and I knew you'd be able to help me.
Yeah, it's from the office of the presidency. It's not from Donald Trump. So don't carry that with you.
Just went over me.
I can imagine. Yeah. But no, yeah.
But definitely blessings in things. And also, Dani, he was in the process because he never used the VA, really. We had to push him. And he finally got some hearing aids. But anywho, we did get him to fill out that PACT Act thing.
Good.
but I don't know what we do from there. You know what I'm saying? Like, since he's not
Yeah, you just
here.
follow up on it because your mom's still married. They were still married?
Oh yeah, 55 years.
Yeah, so she's entitled to all of his benefits. It'll go to his mom.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever
And they were
service
saying,
connection
like,
he
if you
has
get
and all
on
of that.
The death certificate, it's easier for you to get your
Yeah.
benefits. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah,
but
once you get all of that stuff, and he's got his stuff pending with the VA, yeah, you can just call the line and they'll help walk you guys through it. But no, it'll go to your mom.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I appreciate
100%.
it, Dani.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And if this tells you just a smidgen also of who he was, he did receive the Bronze Star, but he never accepted the medal, so we don't have the medal
Gotcha.
personally in our possession because he said those people had families too.
And they did. Yeah. Yeah,
And so
100%.
I think, I was wanting to get it like for my nephew to have,
Yeah.
his grandson and stuff, but he never got it, and so I think that we're gonna honor his wishes in that regard.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I wouldn't, sometimes you don't need the physical things. You know what I mean? You might have someone do a piece of artwork of a Bronze Star and give that to your nephew instead. Like, there's lots of ways that you can honor that. She said she doesn't want to get it, you guys, because he didn't want the actual medal itself. So yeah, so there's lots of different ways that you can honor that piece.
Yeah, just because he don't want to get a medal over other people's grief. I guess is what he would tell us.
Right. Yeah.
And he didn't believe in the war, but his number got called, and he went and did what he should have done, and we're gonna do what we should do to keep so none of the other people are in vain. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
100%.
And we can be so much better as a country, but we've got a ways to go, Dani, if we're electing people that the kind of people I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do. I just want you to remember that only 77 million people voted for him. 80 million didn't even participate, and 75 million voted for someone else. So the entire country did not elect him. A lot of the country didn't participate. So.
No, I know. I know exactly what you're. I know. Yeah, exactly. I know. I'm just saying. It's a problem that that group would even think about putting a convicted person in office. That's what I'm saying. Is we've got work to do, because how they find that acceptable, I do not know.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you, Dani.
You're welcome, sweets.
You made me feel better. I'm already better. Okay.
Good. Good. You're great.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Okay.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye. So I want to remind you all that tomorrow evening at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be doing a workshop on Zoom. Yeah, babe. You want what? Okay. I will be doing a workshop tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you go to my link tree, you will see where it says new workshop. You can click that and then RSVP to attend. You will get an email that has the Zoom link to attend. That is tomorrow. We will be talking about how to have very challenging conversations. We will be talking about how to influence your friends and your families. And that will include a lot of role playing so that you can actually practice those conversations. And then the very next free workshop, which is open to everybody in the public, will be on immigration. So the one tomorrow is at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you haven't already, yeah, so Darcy Kim, I don't do that. The numbers are 77, and I'm going to talk about that. I don't get into like whatever the conspiracy theories are about it. I just go with the numbers. You know what I mean? Because they don't change anything. So I appreciate you all very much for today. I hope today was helpful for everybody. I will see you again, definitely tomorrow morning. I am not sure about this evening. Sandy, I think I think yours is okay. I think I looked before, but so give me a second. Let me just look real quick. I have, yeah, no, I don't know, Sandy. I'll let you know if I do. If not, I'm going to try to keep it where it is at 4:30. You are very welcome, Brass Drop. Make sure that you guys are in the link tree. Make sure that you're in the Discord. Please make sure that you go and listen to the Dani Cook Show podcast episodes. A new episode launched on Saturday. What really, really matters is when we get downloads within the first 7 days. So please make sure that you hit those because that really does help me. And 4:30 my time. It's on my calendar for 4:30 is what it says. So yeah, I appreciate you all very much, and I will see you all tomorrow morning, if not tonight. Okay. Yeah, right. Well, I now got to go find a damn gnat. And of course, Mila chooses right now to go to sleep, but I ain't mad at it. Podbean auto downloads. I think Apple does as well. But yeah, I think so far there are about 3 or 4 episodes, maybe more than that are out this month already. And there will be a new episode on Wednesday as well. So yeah, give me some time, Lydia, because I need to unpack my suitcases and theirs and clean up the kitchen and, well, just run the dishwasher because the kitchen's already clean. And all of those things. Yeah, I know she was tired. So I appreciate you all very much. Love you, mean it.